Okay, yeah, this is like the game. This is the same session from earlier, but we haven't gotten into any field screen encounter yet, so form ID is still at 0. Hmm. There should be enough time for the this one burn, like the burned this one this to like load it in by now. Because obviously, yeah, I'm using a Mechapone PS2 to play the backup disc because there's no other way of playing a disc with CSR because it's a mod. Can't do it with Game Shock either. So it has to be a bound disc. So a Mechapone like takes like a bit longer for this to load in. Yeah, we're just gonna do the same thing that I did yesterday, provided we get the correct formations. If we don't get the formations we need for like laser, magic breath, stuff like that, I'm just gonna have to call it for today. In regards to FF7. So yeah, I didn't hard reset, but we haven't like incremented the form ID yet because we haven't gotten an encounter on any field screen. So at the moment, the form ID is still 0. So I don't know what formations we're gonna get. If I can't get magic, like I need to get all of the things I'm about to mention. I need to get all of the following. I need to get laser. Wait, no, we've already got laser from Death Calls, but I need to get Death Sentence from Bound Fats on the watering screen. And I need to get Magic Breath from a Stilver in Guy's Cliff somewhere. If I'm missing even one of those two, then we can't continue. And also, there's a chance that we can't steal a Spider Web, because we might not get a bog in Gongaga. But that's not required. Like, you can get through Temple just fine without Spider Web. We did it yesterday with the splits I'm running against right now. Got through just fine without Spider Web. You just lose about 20 seconds on average. We got carried a little bit by the dice limit, but that encounter was really fucking bad. But it could have been avoided if I wasn't greedy and did an attack buffer. Could have absolutely avoided that. On average, the lay flat enemies are worse than those two Harriers. That time, not so much though. On average, those two Harriers are faster than the typical formation we expect in the no slots route. Or the no slots long range route. Oh boy. My D-pad is pressing up and I'm literally not doing anything. Yeah. All I'm doing is pressing right or left and my D-pad just goes up. It's fucked. Ultra damage. 2:30 start. That's so fucking bad, man. I know because I used to use a segment timer. I don't use one anymore, but I used to back when I was on the grind. Back when I wasn't washed. I think I'm just gonna use Cure on Cloud here regardless. He's below half of his max HP. Just push my Tifa instead. $71. 97. This is gonna be shit anyway. Zero takes so far. This is a shit MK anyway, so I'll just play it safe. It's a shit MK anyway, so just play it safe and use cross slash. It's gonna be 51, 54, 59. Probably 59, right? Yeah. Wow. Even though in my latest finish run we had a really shitty Palmer, lost 37 seconds, still not enough to be ahead if we break even with gold. That's how fucking bad that split was. I think we're still ahead of PB though. Some wave strat here. Could have, like, if we didn't buy all those potions there, we might have been able to buy... No, we absolutely would have been able to buy a softer later on. But with this pace, it's not looking likely that I'd want to buy a safety soft, actually. Oh, good job, webcam. Awesome work. Alright, so we finished the fight with cross slash, and between the cross slash and MK dying, MK didn't, like, wake back up, or quote unquote wake back up. So we know we definitely don't have a limit ready for Cloud, or even close, so may as well just go into the menu here. Kate's pretty far away as well, I guess. And because we're going into that menu anyway, may as well just look at the Yoshi there. Make sure that we don't forget later on. We went to the menu anyway, just do it while we're there. Save us having to do it later. But that means the runs where I don't put Yoshi on Rocket Town, I need to remember to do it at Temple. Which sometimes when I'm doing this like reactive form of menus, I forget to do that. Like if I do If I do that menu situationally, instead of, like, every time, like, sometimes forget to do it in Temple. But I'm still just gonna do it situationally. I mean, like, that's like, there's even some, like, top level runners that just put Yoshi and Cloud in Rocket Town every time, but for me it's more fun to just do it when I have to go into the menu to put Hyper on Cloud or Kate. It feels fun, like, making stuff situational in this game, even if it does, like, affect your Summer Best somewhat. Summer Best is never going to be completely accurate anyway, so... Molly wasn't at the top, sad. What? For the times that I do arrange my most in the menu, I need to... Yeah, I think I need to check when the Molly is. In case I want to do if we get the Molly in, like I tried to do just then. If I'm going to arrange my most, I may as well just check where the Molly is while I'm there. See if we can. Or to see if we have the option to offer a preemptive Molly. Nice. Fuck it. Fight's probably over soon, but whatever. Yo. Ended up not being yellow because he was dead anyway. Yeah, this cutscene ain't removed on CSR. All the battle cutscenes are kept intact. Or at least they're all kept intact on this version of the CSR. Yeah, I don't even know if we're gonna get the correct formations. I don't know what formations we're expecting here, so we get 2 encounters on the way to we got 2 encounters on the way to North Coral. I'll just reset, I think. Because we don't even know if we're gonna get the correct formations anyway. Be a perfectly good notion playing it out. Just for later game practice, because that's the whole point we're doing it. That's the whole reason we're doing this, but we don't know if we're going to have the correct formation for the enemy skills. Playing runs out for the sake of playing runs out would be a bit of a fool's errand. Now this is very early. Yeah, this one's garbage, so if we die to DG, then whatever. Just take Tifa. Gambler's Fantasy tells me that we got 1100 dice roll at DG last time, so we're probably not going to get good dice this time. It's not how it works, but... Like, you could argue probability trees, but probability trees don't apply if it's like 2 scenarios which are like external to each other, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's the same game. It's not like this session is directly connected to the last session. There's no way for that to be possible, so... Probability trees don't really apply. They only apply in a vacuum. And we're talking about 2 different vacuums here. So technically, it's, you know, it's Gambler's Fallacy. It's like a, you know, oh, we got a good dice last time, so we won't get a good one this time. Emotionally, I might feel that way, but it's objectively not the case. But... we'll see how it goes. This is a bad start. This is a bad start, so... we die DG, we die DG. Hey, on that encounter, you need to hold flee the whole time. Because there's no other party member, you can't tell whether you're guaranteed a flee. So you might have noticed, if you have, like, one or two other party members in your party, like, you might buffer through an action with one person, and then when their ATB fills up, you don't get that sub-menu. When the ATB fills up, and you don't see a sub-menu, that means that you're guaranteed to leave the fight after the current action that's happening is finishing, if that makes sense. Wow, that was a stupid angle. That fight always feels like you just got the flee, but that's just because there's no one else for the sub-menu to fill up on. If that makes sense. Awesome! And yeah, we haven't had to do elevator at any point today, so the video player's not up. Normally you see like a box below the 7 layer there, but because I haven't had to do elevator, I haven't had to like the video player up, so you guys get to see the whole of the zoom on the left. Nice, clean. Take a Tifa. Means we get extra text boxes here. Two less variant, still ends up being slower, or at least not overall, but at least like isolated to that specific screen is slower to take Tifa just on that screen. And also there's like a small extra cutscene after you kill Red Dragon, I'm pretty sure. But otherwise, it's a pretty nuanced thing where you can't really argue that one's faster than the other. It just depends on the hand that you're given, and you don't know what hand you're going to get dealt, so there's no way to know. $252.16. 16, 24, and 35 don't have any encounters, which is pretty risky, but I'm gonna take that risk. 16 or 24. 24. there's 2 less left inputs here, so it's, yeah, it's 8 seconds, or I don't think we even got to it, but let's say 7-8 seconds more, but we don't have to worry about the left inputs. We do gotta, I mean, it would be the same for the previous one, but we do gotta worry about a pincer on the way here. Gotta be careful about that. But I'm never gonna hit an RGT that low in an actual run. On CSR, the RGT would be much lower than that. On vanilla, we're not gonna hit one that fast, but still, if we get a 0 encounter here, it's still gonna feel good. Nice, hell yeah. Saved 20 seconds compared to a 1 ink minute. Oh yeah. No spider web, Surge. Oh yeah, I forgot to put my pinned message. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I lost time there. Like, I allowed myself to finish talking before I counted those steps. Whatever, we don't even know if we're gonna get the magic breath or death sentence formation later on, so I'll pick whatever time I need to get. Like, yeah, it's slow losing time, but we might not even be able to play past Guy's Cliff anyway, or past Watering even. We just might not get the correct formations. Got to hold R2. Yesterday I was pretty good at remembering to hold R2 there, but I've relapsed back to not holding R2 next to back onto the world map there. You want to be Bird's Eye on the way into Kungaga for the drift, but for this setup here, it's nice. Sub 20 tempo entrance. Sub 20 tempo entrance is good. Yeah, like, you want to change it to like, over the shoulder cam on the way to Kungaga so you can drift through the forest. But for that setup I did there, where I tried to hold down right and failed, if you want to do that, like, go to the top side of the beach and then hold down right, it's easier to do that setup Bird's Eye. So you want to be holding R2, or L2 I guess, buffering back onto the world map. I was good at remembering to do it yesterday, but I relapsed back to not. Relapsed back to forgetting to hold R2, going back onto the world map. Yeah, we're gonna have to skip the 5.5 here. Like, you can be behind steps by a lot more than that, but they're still pretty bad. We're still behind steps by an annoying amount. But we're all formations anyway, which means we can skip these 5.5 steps. Yeah, we're going to get an extra formation here, sure, but we'll have to catch up the steps. I still forgot to put my thing in chat. Yeah, I gotta put this and then pin it so nobody asks me in a public Discord. Or not a public Discord, but asks me publicly in a private Discord, if that makes sense. I mean, if they really want me to stay on it, but I can at least point that out and be like, okay, I'm not saying I'm not going to play anything else. I'm not saying I'm immune to playing anything else. Look, I even put a message here. Alright. That's the option select semi setup. 75% set up. Okay. Option select fully set up. Cool. Nice granny menu there. That's a pretty good menu if you're a granny. Now hide this for myself on the tab. Hide for myself, okay. I can still see it on my OBS chat. It's there on the pin for me. Okay, I need to be mashing through there. Like on CSR, there's no text box after they run toward you, but on vanilla, there are still text boxes you need to close. So I should be mashing through there just for muscle memory purposes. Just so my muscle memory is intact for what I need. But to make sure I'm closing what I need to be closing when I'm doing vanilla attempts. I need to be like matching after they run towards me, so I still have the muscle memory. And don't lose time to those text boxes coming up from vanilla. Okay, Cloud has 611 max HP, so let's say he gets. Unless the potential bite opener on Clouds is a crit, it won't kill him. Try and buffer into E-scope here. Nice. Good safety for in case Red Ring decides to crit Cloud. Don't cover Cloud, please. Average. Yeah, it's like higher end of average. Average. Decent. Good. Decent attack roll. I'm gonna do the yellow sadness strat. Well, it sucks anyway, so it's paid off the last 3 or 4 times I tried, so go for the swag again. Oh, that was a really good deck blue roll. This should definitely kill. Nice. Yeah, like, while we didn't get Spiderweb last time, and we also didn't get Spiderweb this time, you'd think I could still break even with the split. But I had an 1100 dice roll last DG, even without the Spiderweb, and we've taken Tifa, so those are the extra text boxes you get when you take Tifa. Yeah, we've taken Tifa, so we have no access to dice, so probably still like lose at least 20 seconds here. I'll try to buffer into Eris here, but... Okay. paid off 2 bosses in a row. Doing that proper shit. Kind of misplayed there, but Eris should die here anyway. Yeah, she died anyway, so it didn't really make any difference. 1, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. We don't have spiderweb, so. It's good for his limit. 3.5. 4.5. We should. He should be pushed into Demon's Rush here unless those rolls are bad. 4.5. Okay. 5.5. 6.5. 7. Can we get an extra hit? Nice, we can. 8. And he should be pushed into Demon's Rush here as well. 9, 10, high bottom for safety. Yeah, he doesn't have a limit yet, but I mean, if he dies, he won't even be close to a limit, so safety first. My high pot here, my high pot Tifa here instead of the card. 11, 12. Yeah, because the barrier might not run out in time. 13. I'm just gonna go yelling over there. I'm just gonna go into Demon's Rush here anyway, so. 2.5. Try to finish with the Molly. Powder's his limit now, so it's good. Rage. Nice. Good creep skull there, Tifa. Lost time there. Baby Cloud saying no. But yeah, we don't even know if we're gonna get a death sentence or not. If we can't get a bound fat, we might just have to stop. I don't really have to. Yeah, I don't really have time to start another one of these. So let's just hope we get a bound fat. It's not RNG whether we get a bound fat or not, but these, like, in terms of an RTA setting or planning for an RTA setting, these formation pools have not been explored. So, from a human perspective, whether we get a bound fat formation or not is, well, it's basically luck based, but technically it's deterministic, but nobody's really explored loading up a save at MK for step 3 purposes, because why would you? Because there's no category for it. So it'd be kind of stupid doing that. But for all intents and purposes, it is luck here, whether we get a bound fat or not, but it's technically deterministic. Just nobody's wasted their time exploring if you would get the correct formations, loading up a save for MK, and following the current long route, following the current long range step route. Because why would you? It's a pure waste of your time. Me doing this is pretty inefficient, but I'm doing it with cutscene remover, so it's not too bad. It would objectively be incredibly inefficient if I was doing it like with vanilla copies. Because, like, well, you could just, like, practice other stuff with save states and, like, achieve so much more improvements. But with CSR, it's kind of worth it. It is kind of worth doing these, like, practice segments with CSR. Especially if you give yourself some cushion, because if you get 30 minutes in and you don't get correct formation, like soft reset. It's not too far back you need to go, or at least not too far back relative to how long this category is. But even on CSR, it's like 4 hours plus. Or just under 4 hours if you're think. 6. 12. 12. And obviously, when Beck does CSRs, like cutscene remover runs, he does them on emulator, so he just loads a state when he needs to practice this. Yeah, he's like the main driving factor for why I decided to do these like segment things. Cloud might be too far, he might be too high up there. He's like the main driving factor. He was, a couple months ago, he suggested that I do these like CSR segments. He was like the main person that pushed me to do these. But yeah, because he does CSR and emulator, he just like has a state that he loads. And then like he freezes the variables before he soft resets and loads the save. Can't do that on PS2. I mean, nobody's saying I have to do this on PS2 either, so. But all I'm saying with that is that, like, even though Feck's done a bunch of, like, segmented runs for CSR, he wouldn't know how to do backups for specific parts. Because he just has his save state that he loads. Oh, sick. We got the bound fat. Let's go. Triple bound fat, which is slow. Triple bound fat is really slow, but it's at least a bound fat. You've got to count up. Help. Shit. Forgot I only did the first half of that menu. Steel. We'll just skip these aim steps because we're off forms anyway. It'll be super fucking far ahead. Let's start this too. Bound fat, please. Oh no. Can the dummy bear back up, get us out of this one? Apparently so. Slow, but apparently so. Probably 650. No, I don't think you can find even that. That's really bad. Might be a little bit faster to just pivot from down right. Sorry, to pivot from upright to right at the end there. Might save a few frames. I'm not sure. Might be worth checking later. Normally I just hold upright there, but if you do upright and then a little bit of right at the end, so maybe it might save a few frames. Felt slightly faster. Come on. Oh my god, what the fuck? How did that not work? So I was talking while I was fucking doing it. Guess I just need to be a boring ass streamer and not talk while I'm focusing on parts of the game. It's a shame. It'd be nice to like actually be able to try and make my stream worth watching, but apparently I just can't fucking do anything even basic correctly when I'm doing that. So I just need to not talk when I'm focusing on any part of the game, as simple as that part of the game may be, and as much memory as I have for that part. Search. If I was on my DualShock 4 before I got 2-1 down, I'd be able to autopilot that just fine while talking. Can't with this D-pad there. Every input or every input you pivot from another input has to be like super intensive. You have to super fucking hold that shit, otherwise you just get a random cardinal / diagonal, which you don't want. That's pretty fucking. Well, I guess whatever mistakes I just made are irrelevant, because I got stuck here anyway. That's cool. Good to know. This is all just a waste of time, because this part doesn't want to load in. Great. Wasn't even spinning. Well, I've got Cloud's blink animation is still active while he's like taking it back in. It's pretty funny. Like, how did this spin noise? I guess it just stopped spinning. And that was an official disc, so that should load in straight away. Yeah, we're just soft locked. We're soft locked. This Leo is right after one. Maybe it's not worth doing CSR. There are like, there's a couple of scuffs on it, but it was fine yesterday. We got through disc one, like CSR disc one, perfectly fine yesterday, and it's a 79k, so the aspect of it true in discs isn't really a factor. But there are some scuff scratches. Not sure if I maybe dropped the disc yesterday or something. Not sure. Either way, yeah. That's us, I guess. And we did get a brown foot formation, which I didn't menu correct before, but it's good that we can get a bound fat formation there. We know we can't get a spider web from boot. Like, from boot, we can't. Yeah, I had the game active from before, but we hadn't had a field screen encounter yet, so the form ID was still at 0. So in theory, it's the same as booting up. So yeah, from boot, we can't get that spiderweb formation, like the bug, the Kamari bug formation. We know we can't get the spiderweb, but we can get a bound fat. However, it's a triple bound fat. It's a triple bound fat formation, which means you got to hit a do thing you heard earlier 3 times instead of once. So it's slow by default, and there's no chance of us getting the spiderweb. So from boot, I don't think it's worth doing CSR from NK unless you're on emulator and you load a state. Aside from that, I don't think there's any real point. Like, it's worth it if you at least have a chance to be able to steal a spiderweb, but there's no chance. And we're yet to confirm if you can get a magic breath from boot or not, because we couldn't get to Guy's Cliff because it soft locked here. I could be up the emulator and do exactly what I did up to this point and then check the formations after, but honestly can't be fucked. Cannot be bothered with that shit. Might do it offline later, but don't see myself wanting to do that in an actual on stream. Yeah, I'll undo that last split. All my averages now. They were 317, 306. They've gone down like 10 minutes. Still 30 minutes slower than what the averages should be, but they did go down by like 10 minutes. So it's good. Good. I remembered not to save the layout after changing the IDT offset. It's still at negative 0.6. Good. Saves me a lot of headache. Okay. Tomorrow's Wednesday, which means I most likely have work. So, yeah, in theory, I do have time to play Dynamite Heady, but... And yeah, like, I probably have my therapy appointment tomorrow as well. Which will probably end at, like, 2:30. So that's, like, 2 hours max between cancelling an appointment and heading to work. Which isn't a lot of time for Dynamite Heady, especially considering the RNG nature of that game. It's not great to only have, like, an hour, 15 minutes of cushion. Either way, though, there is time tomorrow, especially if I wake up early, to just play Dynamite Heady then. And I'm most likely have work tomorrow, so I'd rather just chill for the rest of the night and then maybe do a couple of attempts before work tomorrow. Put the bitrate up before I go off here. Okay, someone round. I just came in now. Look at my input display. Soft locked. This isn't a soft lock caused by messed up input, it's just a soft lock caused by the disk's refusing to load. As you can see, nothing's happening. Can't even open the menu. You can soft reset though. How interesting. Well, if we can soft reset, maybe I should go again. Oh, I just thought of something. So, I got to the point that I was at earlier, right? Well, when I was still this screen, and I took out this 3, put in this 1, and then soft reset. No, what I'm about to say is incorrect. I was going to say that there hadn't been an F&B yet, but there's supposed to be an F&B in Wilmington, so... Okay, we were able to soft reset. So... I'm going to get this disc 1, TSR this 1, another wipe. If that part doesn't load in again... what the fuck is the disc 1? What did I put with this one? Huh? I'll just do this one. The reason being able to soft reset might change my mind about doing more today is because the variables have incremented, and I want to see what the variables are like now. See if we get better formations. I don't know where the fuck I just put like this one. Just vanished. Disappeared into thin air. Sandwiched between the two FF7 cases. Yeah, I'll give this another scrub. This disc another scrub. If it happens again, I'm just gonna have to bin this disc, because, you know, hey, wait, I'd typically just be under the assumption that's because I soft reset the game earlier from disc 3. But it does have scuff marks in it, so if it doesn't allow us to load into the J-like fight, the Genova-like fight again, then I'll just bin this disc, because it has scuff marks in it anyway. Yeah, welcome back, Leo. I had to go to the shop and get some things for people, and I also had dinner, so it's just as well I stepped away earlier. Ended up having to do stuff anyway. No, you welcome back. No, you're breathtaking. No, you welcome back. 57 minutes later. 57 minutes into the stream. Oh, welcome back. So, in order to rule out the theory that I had about why it didn't let me load into J-Life there, in order to rule that out, I'm going to load to the save, and then I'm going to soft reset again, so that we know the soft reset was from a disc 1 section of the game, so we can rule out that possibility. Let's see, Windows V 1984. Let's get a better fucking MK segment this time, because that was terrible last time. That was garbage. So we'll load up the save and then soft reset. Just so we know, the soft reset was from this one being in the PS2 and from a disc 1 section of the game. So we can rule out that theory I had earlier about it being confused from loading up disc 3 earlier on in the session. So just load the save and then soft reset again. Just so the game doesn't get confused. That was from a disc 1 part of the game with disc 1 still on the PS2. So in theory, if there were some shenanigans related to what I was thinking of, it should in theory just be null and void now. Yeah, we're running against a gold split here, so we are going to be red. Like, basically guaranteed. I don't really want to do this segment shit until like 11:30 to midnight. But I need to make sure that this disc 1 isn't fucked. If I can confirm that we can load into the J-Life fight, then I won't need to play after that. Yeah, Feck was like the main person that pushed me to do these like CSR segments. Because like, there's no point in doing full CSR at the moment because you're rusty. You just like do certain parts using CSR. So I will try to honour his words here. Alright. That's much better than the last run. Much better. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Step ID wise was slightly worse than last run. But in terms of pace, that was a much faster escape. Like, significantly faster. Right, no menu D-pad memes this time, please. Yeah, this gold we run against is a Trine. We got trined in that gold. That's still golden. Just the rest of the segment was crazy. And we got a 73-26, which like added up to 99, so we didn't need any mini any mini attacks. 71. Typically, if you roll like say 73 and 25, it'll add up to 96. I forget what I said before. 96, 97 one tick. One tick. 98 one tick. Yeah, you see here, because we didn't get 73 and 26, we got like 71 and 25. Because of that, we had to mini our party members to deal 1 damage to get up to 99. 16 or 19. It's probably more like 19 or 23. Let's be real. 23 balling. Oh, we ran into the screen. Fuck me. It looks like my life split IDT was at 19 though, so maybe we're fine? Question mark. Looks like nah. Accidentally entered the screen. Sucks. So good. At least we didn't get pincered, like my non-turbo PV in that section. But I remember to A to be active here. Cloud's pretty far from his limit, so we'll probably end up having to Hyper Cloud in the Yoshi menu. Oh, we got a soft on this save. Well, that's good to know. Try and bear that in mind. If we get petrified, try and remember that we have a soft. Didn't know we had a soft on this save, but apparently we do. It's helpful. Yeah, we need to go into the menu to Hyper Cloud because he's pretty far from his limit, which we need for Red Dragon. We need him to have a limit by Red Dragon, so need to go into the menu to Hyper Cloud here anyway, so I may as well put the Yoshi on and arrange my most while we're there. Yeah, despite that world map encounter, even with that world map encounter, this is still a much better pace than LL. Fuck me. Question is, will the formations be as good? We can't avoid a Kamara bog in Gongaga 2 runs in a row, right? Surely. Well, I'm glad this is CSR, because if he had an extra character there, we probably would have lost 2-3 seconds over the course of the run, just from him having an extra character in his name. But because it's CSR, it probably doesn't add any time. The only time we really lost from that rename screen was just, you know, adding that extra character as opposed to just pressing start. The time we lose from him until today is just the time that we lost in the rename there, because we're on CSR, essentially. D-pad, please. I hate when that happens. Try to pivot from a diagonal to a cardinal and just stops moving altogether. Really bad for list screens. Like screens where list is active. Okay, well, Molly wasn't the first slot anyway. I was tempted to try and preempt over Molly there, but it was on slot 3, so we wouldn't be able to do it anyway. Let's try and lead with a Kate item this time. That way you can buffer into, yeah, that way we can buffer into the dice. Get more actions before Palmer gets his. Whatever. It's slow to do what I'm doing here. Chopping the triangle cloud. Slow as fuck. On one hand, I'm like, oh, you're just buffering biotics, but I mean, you can do that in much more efficient ways than that. By far, like, the most inefficient way to buffer biotics. Broke even, essentially. Which means we probably would have been like 20 seconds ahead had we not exited onto the world map. Fuck's sake, Leo. Actually the worst. You're actually the worst. Oh my god, green split! Oh my god, a screen! Look, a screen! If you want to see green splits, just go into run.gg, go to my profile, look at my active run, and look at my other comparisons, and you will see green straight away. If you just look at my averages or some other comparison, you'll be able to see green splits. You're like a magpie, like fucking jewelry. The jewelry is the fucking splits turning green. Or the delta turning green. Absolutely shameless. We were already green. Like, as I've shown here, I was already green. We were running against the latest run rather than PB splits. You like the kind of chatter that, like, when the split delta turns from green to red, even if it only goes into red for like a second, you post like a sad emoji in chat. Like, every time the split goes red, oh, it's so over. Every time the delta goes green, we're so back. Oh, it's so over. Oh, it's so back. Oh, it's so over. We're so back. Almost makes me not want to show my split comparisons. It almost makes me want to compare to the no comparison, like the comparison none, or the comparison called none. That way I don't have to attract these kind of viewers. Oh, the second split, or 30 splits turned green. Let's go, Pog. Oh, Poggin. Never felt so alive. Look, You can get the same sensation from looking at my split standing green by just looking at these jangling keys. Look at that. Wow, wow. Look how exciting that is. I'm sure that awakens the same part of your brain. Like, I'm sure, like, the same receptors that you're getting dopamine from the split standing green, I'm sure, like, seeing those keys dangling probably achieves the same thing. But yeah, we're still going to be ahead of PB, but compared to this comparison, we're going to be in the red after this split, like, most likely, because we had 2 encounters on the way to North Coral just now. It sucks, because it's such a long segment, and you can lose, like, most of it just early on in this segment. Like, this is really such an annoying split. It's a really, really annoying split for reasons like that. That's why certain runners, they've added, like, an Enter Temple split now. Like, even Zeal's adopted it, and he's adopted an Enter Temple Danger split lately, whereas before he was just using Red Dragons, because it's such a long segment, yeah, you can just lose most of your time, just, like, early on in the segment. It's really annoying. But it doesn't matter if my splits turn around. Look, just clip this and watch this clip on loop, and you'll get the same sensation of my splits turning from red to green. There you go. Literally got like 28 splits left, but oh wow, the splits have turned green now. You know, they were already green before, but you failed to realise that it literally says at the top of the splits comparing against the latest run. But yeah, this is my piece of advice to you. If you ever see me ahead and you're uncertain if I'm actually comparing against my PB splits, just look at the run.gg, click on my profile, look at the current run happening. You'll be able to click on the personal best like split comparisons. You'll be able to see if I actually am ahead of them. That's all you gotta do. That's all you have to do. There's this thing in speedrun where it's just like, oh, just compared to averages, your later game will get better, which is a perfect good notion by itself. But then you have to isolate that piece of advice from people constantly fucking being unga bunga about you being ahead because you're comparing to averages. Oh my god, this run's so crazy. You know, I can clearly see on SLC the final split time on their PB on SLC is like 8 minutes faster than the comparison they're running against. Oh, but they must be comparing against PB. Wow, this pace is so crazy. Wow. It's the best run ever. Alright, sub 16. Yeah. Sub 16 Keystone, let's call it. Sub sourcing. I don't know. I feel like my dopamine receptors would have to be so fried from. Like, if I saw the first 2 splits of someone's run, seeing it go from red to green, literally in the first 2 splits, for me to get excited about that, I feel like my fucking dopamine receptors would have to be, like, super fried. Just hack the game. Oh, we're already cheating. We're playing CSR. That means we're cheating. Trying to get an unfair advantage over the official version runners. Alright, let's go for the 0 rank here. They're playing CSR. CSR's cheating. It's cheating. They're just trying to make themselves look better than they are. By making the game decreasing the gameplay time. To make it look like they're so much better than the world record runner. They're just trying to make themselves look better than they are. But they're cheating, they're playing CSR. Alright, are we gonna get a Kamara Bog? I have no idea. I have literally no idea what form idea we're at. Nope. Same as last time. Exact same formation, exact same preemptive / back attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, by the way, Leo, I feel like I didn't explain step count well enough yesterday. I feel like you're still under the assumption that when we count steps, we're just doing it to burn the least amount of movement possible. No way. Fuck's sake. Got to press R1. Headbands. That's gonna be annoying later on. Worry about it later. Yeah, I feel like you're still under the assumption that the reason we walk is to burn the least amount of movement possible. Like, you're probably like, oh, if they have to run full pelt, then that means they're burning more movement. But if they walk there, then they're doing that to ensure that they burn the least movement possible. That's not the reason we walk steps. In fact, if you walk steps in this game, you actually get your encounter sooner. Because the step ID variable, whether you're walking or running, it still advances at the same intervals. So you're actually falling, like if that was the reason you were walking steps, you would actually be falling behind the steps. Because you'd be getting an encounter, say there's an encounter that you typically get at the end of the screen while you're running. If you're walking to that encounter, you'd get that encounter in the middle of the screen instead. So the reason we walk steps, it's not to burn the least amount of movement possible, it's to walk under encounters. Because in the encounter pools, during the field screens, there's like there are, after each encounter you get, there are like, it's like a splitting path. And if you walk on if you walk at certain spots, you can walk under an encounter, and that puts you onto a different, it puts you onto a specific path from those splitting paths, if that makes sense. And we route the step route around that. We're not walking steps. We're not taking our steps. We're not walking to reduce the amount of movement we burn. We're doing it to walk under encounters. I feel like I tried to explain that yesterday, but I feel like I wasn't fair enough. Which, the reason I feel like I didn't explain it well enough, the reason I feel that way, I'll explain in a moment. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5%. Because we just ran off a ladder. Well, we ran off a vine, which means that our walking steps will be a bit confusing there, so I walked an extra just to be safe. Yeah, what makes me believe that I didn't explain it well enough yesterday is, like, you asked me a question about walking steps, you know, like, can't you just YOLO it? Which makes me think that in your heads, how to explain this? In your head, you're like, well, surely if you just ran, like, in a clean fashion, surely you wouldn't, surely you'd, but, how do I articulate this? Surely if you just ran clean on every screen, surely it would just be the same amount of burned movement or lack thereof if you just walked. If you just walked, like, how I'm imagining that you perceive steps in this game is, you're imagining that, like, surely in theory, if you just ran with clean movement, you're burning the same amount of movement or lack thereof as walking to a specific point. That's not how it works. That's not why we count. That's not why we walk steps. The reason we walk steps is to walk under encounters. So we have, by the end of the run, we have a third of the amount of encounters compared to not. That makes sense. We do it to reduce our 614. That's pretty fucking high. Holy shit. It's pretty safe. Looking at a pretty safe red dragon here. Yeah, we walk the steps to walk on the encounters. In terms of field screens, if we exclude world map, because world map has separate variables from field screens in this game. But yes, there's a difference between world map and field screens. Field screens makes it sound like we're talking about the world map because the world map has fields in it. But this is a field screen right now. This is a field screen. That makes sense. Screens where you're not in the world map, we refer to as field screens. This is a field screen right here. The reason we walk steps, it isn't to burn the least amount of movement possible so that we can make it to the next encounter. The reason we walk steps, occasionally it's for that reason. Sometimes you, like, if your awareness of steps is good enough and you know that you're super far ahead on steps, sometimes you can walk steps to force an encounter earlier, but you're like, that's the opposite of, that's like the complete opposite of walking steps to burn the least amount of movement possible. On field screens, excluding world map, because world map separate variables again, on field screens, by walking steps at the points that we've routed throughout the whole run, we end up having a third of the amount of total encounters as if we had not walked any steps. So we do it to walk under encounters. It's not to burn less movement, because it actually technically burns more movement if you walk steps. Technically the step ID advances at the same rate, but because you're not moving at as much distance towards the spot while the step ID is incremented at the same rate, that means you're actually burning more movement by walking. So we're not doing it to... I've said this 12 times, but we're not doing it to burn the least amount of movement possible, we're doing it to walk under encounters. I used to give people the benefit of the doubt that they understood that. But I used to, at the same time, I used to give people the benefit of the doubts that they knew about Sonic Discs. Like, I used to give people the benefit of the doubt for that, because Sonic Discs had been around like a year and a half. I used to give people the benefit of the doubt that knew about it, but... When I try to explain to my friends that I really needed to get that Sub-6 40 and they don't understand that I literally have to get it, and that there's no amount of you trying to peer pressure me that's gonna stop me wanting to try and get my Sub-6 40. They were like, oh, well, you know how these disc consoles are. You never know, especially with how long the game is that you run. You never know, like, you could have the Sub-6 40 ready and your PS2 just might be slower. And then I had to explain to him that, no, there's a print of discs for FS7 that we dubbed Sonic Disc, which saved 2 minutes over the course of the run. Yeah, they save estimated about 2 minutes over the course of the run. Regardless of what model you're on, the load times are pretty much consistent across the board, so long as you're on these Sonic Discs. I was explaining to him that I've invested so much and waited so long to get these Sonic Discs. I want to make use of these Sonic Discs before... yeah, I want to make use of these Sonic Discs before my PS2 starts chewing discs again. I felt like I didn't know that I had to explain that, but I was like, oh, he doesn't know. I was like, well, if he knew that I was using a specific printer disc, then maybe he wouldn't have tried to, like, thwart my efforts or whatever. Maybe if you knew about that, you wouldn't have tried to thwart my efforts or whatever. I was like, well, I was under the impression that I thought I knew that. I thought I didn't need to explain that, because I thought it was a pretty well understood thing that people knew just from being friends with people in the speedrun circle. That, like, FF7 is pretty fucked, that, like, there is a specific print of this that you just save 2 minutes over the course of a 7-hour run. I thought that was a thing that people knew. And I was like, well, if I just explained it earlier, I wouldn't have had to go through the motion of potentially someone trying to get in the way of what I want to achieve. And so now I feel like I have to explain all these things, otherwise someone's gonna try and fucking put their foot in the way of my fucking efforts. I should never be forced to even fucking have this fucking frame of mind. I should never have been put into the position to even think about this shit. But yeah, just stay in one speedrun community, mates. Just stay in one speedrun circle. Therefore, if you do that, you don't have to deal with conflicting opinions. I used to be, like, pretty cynical. I used to be like, why do people just stay in that one speedrun circle? Why do people just stay in that one speedrun community? And now I know. Because for years, people in the FF speedrun community, people have been trying to tell me, that I should stick to speedrunning one game at a time. And then I finally have that instilled in me. I finally accepted that that has to be the case, and that's for 90% of people who run JRPGs. That is the case. That you need to just stick to running one game at a time. For most people in the JRPG speedrun sphere, like almost half a decade, people are trying to like instill that in me, and I finally accept the responsibility to take that advice on board. And then now I have to deal with conflicting opinion of someone getting mad that all I play now is FF7. Whereas if I was just running FF7 the whole time and not dip my toes into other speedrun communities, I wouldn't have had to deal with conflicting opinions. Like, not to trauma dump too much, but like, when I had people getting mad at me for playing FF7 too much, I was like, well, like, in my head it was like, well, 10 months ago I've literally had someone tell me that I should only run one speed game at a time. 10 months ago, that was the advice I received when I was sitting on a call with someone New Year's Eve to New Year's Day. That's what they told me. I should try sticking to one speed game at a time. And then now these other people are telling me that that's bad advice and that they should follow the complete opposite. In my head, I was like, well, I may as well quit, because on one hand, it's like, yeah, you can't please everyone. But on the other, it's like, it shouldn't be about pleasing anybody. It should just be about me speed on it and playing the game that I love. It should not be about fucking just adhering to what other people want of me. It should just be what I want to play. It should just be what I want to speed on. It shouldn't be about pleasing others. And now, because I had to go through the emotions of all of that, now I feel like I have to fucking explain everything. And I get self-conscious about people not understanding certain aspects, because I feel like if they don't fully understand, they will try to fucking bark at me. Yeah, and the best part is, what worked for me was running one speed game at a time. It works. Like, that piece of advice clearly works. I'm washed now, I'm super rusty compared to where I got to, but that piece of advice absolutely fucking works. Who's that? But you say? Okay. This is pretty corny. It's like a very low-hanging fruit quote here, but You know, if I stopped for every dog that barked, you know, if I stopped for every dog that barked, I wouldn't get to anywhere I want to be in speedrun. That's like the most low-hanging fruit. It's the most low-hanging fruit fucking quote you could pull there, but it's applicable, I feel. Shouldn't have to be that deep. It's a fucking video game, but people have opinions. But yeah, at the same time, this isn't the first time I brought this up on stream either, so it's like, you know, get over it, man. You've talked this through with people already before, you should be able to, like, accept it by now, but... You still gotta get that axe grinded, huh? You still gotta grind that axe of yours, you still gotta fucking... Still feel like you need to get some more formal closure, even though you got what you wanted to. You're still gonna have these, like, feelings of resentment. Pretty childish of me, like, I have to be honest, but... Like, wah, they took my video game away. Daddy took my video game away from me. Mommy said I'd had to turn the PS2 off by 10 p.m. Alright, we're gonna have to get the dummy bear back up here. But it's just as well, so behind here. Yeah, TLDR, just stay in your one speedrun circle, your one speedrun community, and just follow the advice they give you, and then you don't have to ever worry about conflicting opinions. And if you do, just convince the rest of the community that you're a witch, and exercise that first. It's mine. Like, in each specific speedrun community and circle, there are conflicting opinions, but I feel like, as an average, it generally leads into one specific centralized opinion, or what the agreed methodology should be. There are conflicting opinions in the separate circles and communities, but the generally approved, or the generalized and approved, like, methodology is believed to be the same. If that makes sense. Like, they generally all come to around the same conclusion on what the best methodology for seeing the most effective results in that specific speed game are. I'm gonna walk here, but I don't think it's necessary for the dummy back out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So yeah, like, there was the possibility that maybe at certain parts of the game my PS2 is slower. But Luz has achieved a 637 non-turbo on burnt discs, and I'm using these specific printer discs which are 2 minutes faster than those discs. Like, yeah, sure, like Luzbel, he is fucking insane. He's a fucking outstanding Final Fantasy speedrunner. But as much as we like to meme and say, oh, he's just like an alien, or like he's a robot, or whatever the fuck you want to say, he's still technically human, and he achieved a 637 on burn discs. So even if his PS2, which I don't think is the case, I highly doubt this is the case, but even if his PS2 was somehow, like, let's say 5 seconds faster than someone else's PS2, he's using discs which lose like 2 minutes and he got 637, and that was non-turbo. So whatever shit about fucking, oh, you know what these disc-based speed runs are like. You just randomly lose this X amount of time, especially in a run 7 hours long, yada yada, etc, etc. But I feel like that's redundant when you're literally using the fastest possible print of disc you can fucking get. I don't know. Whatever form of consoling me about, oh, but you never know, your PS2 could have been slower, and maybe that's why you don't have a sub 640 yet. Good intentions, there's good intentions behind that notion and that, like mindset, but I feel like it's redundant if you factor in the reasons I just specified. The fact that I was literally on these specific printer discs that I thought people knew already, but apparently some people don't. Which, you know, I'm not being like, how can people not know about this 30-year-old speed game having like random, like faster load times? How do people not know about that? Certain people that I know have been around the community for long enough that I just assume know these small things. But because I don't talk much on these streams and I don't really bring up stuff, it's no surprise that they don't know them. Like, I would have assumed I would have talked about it at some point, but when I used to focus on these runs of FF7, I used to just not talk. I would just be like, oh, thanks for the Glock, and I'd just like focus on the game. I wouldn't explain anything. I'm trying to be a bit better about that. But yeah, it's no surprise that people didn't know that. I would have assumed that I would have brought up before, but like, how sweaty I am and how much I like to try and lock in. Okay, same thing that just happened last time. I need to, actually. Yeah, I need to burn another disc. Fucking hell, there's shards everywhere now. That's really fucking stupid. Anyway. What was I talking about? Yeah, I used to just like sweat and lock in and just barely say anything. So it's no surprise that people don't know this stuff that I assumed I would have brought up before. But yeah, same thing that happened last time. The disc just didn't load, so we have to burn another one essentially. Anyway, I went on a fucking tangent there, huh? FF14, what? Okay, you're doing the merchant meme. I'm basically like a merchant in the shop. Walk steps not to say, but go on there, and steps to walk ratio is not the same, but not how you think. It'll have to be whatever works for you in the end. You gotta just run, make PB itself YOLO. You can't YOLO, the game refused to load. Yeah, you're always gonna get a bit of this and that, yeah. Probably exists for a reason. Too high class to be a part of any speedrun community. A lot of people don't realise just how much time Lewis has on these games. Like, a small world and inherent talent a lot. I mean, it appears that he has like 10% of the attempts that everyone else has, but I feel like he definitely labs more than like probably anyone really. But like, his like sheer like total attempt count seems drastically lower than everyone else's, but he probably labs a lot more. Like, he probably does lab a lot more, but. Yeah, I got a haircut. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Unfortunately, Sephiroth just slashed my disc in half. Or rather, Genova just slashed my disc in half because Sephiroth isn't actually technically here yet. So Genova just slashed my disc in half, so we're gonna have to burn another one. Alright, I'm gonna have to get a dustpan and brush. Just because I thought it'd be cool and bold and brave to have the valor and the fucking bravado to just fucking snap a disc in front of the webcam, but now I'm gonna have to get a dustpan and brush to clean it all up, so now I just feel fucking stupid. Alright, let's burn another disc. Yeah, thanks for the follow. But yeah, I got through Demon's Gate without fucking even focusing on the fight. How did that happen? So fucking zoned on what... Yeah, so fucking just zoned in on personal grievances. I just fucking just autopiloted the fight and got through somehow. Alright, not that. Yeah, we can burn another disc. I'm gonna get the later GSR patch just in case. I'm pretty sure that this one that I have on my PC is the correct ISO, but I'm gonna get the later patch anyway. Oh, I already had another FF7 patch in my downloads folder, apparently. When was the last time Carnage was live? Because I remember he did that with an official FF7 disc, because it wasn't a Sonic. It was last live 21 hours ago, so it's probably still alive. Maybe I'll be right. I'll find the shards, still turn up. Yeah, but apparently I already had an FF7 brackets patched in my downloads folder. I need to delete that. Open path. Shift delete. I guess we've already burnt the disk free, and it seems to be the disk free seems to work fine, so I guess I'll shift delete that as well. And I'll shift delete the PPFs. Those PPFs haven't been updated in like 9 months, so I don't think we're gonna need to... I don't think we're gonna need those PPFs for anything. And yeah, it's very much conceited, me playing victim about what I've mentioned. Because, like, you know, one of my closest friends literally had just developed a terminal illness just before that conspired. So it's like, oh yeah, like one of your closest friends has to go through this, but oh no, someone's trying to tell you not to play a video game. Come on, man. Like, it's literally just someone voicing their opinion about you playing the game. Like, how does that... That's like everything else that's transpired, like, why is that the thing that makes you feel fucking resentment? I don't know. Pretty fucking selfish and self-centered response from me there. When you literally know people who are having to, like, face much worse trials and tribulations than something as trivial as that, like, pretty childish of me, but yeah. Also, yeah, I was acting the prick around that, like, around that general time period. I was acting the prick. I was acting like such a sanctimonious dickhead to people, just, like, specifically around that time for some reason. I mean, it's not the first time I've acted like a sanctimonious fucking prick, you know. Acting like I'm the arbiter or whatever the fuck I'm talking about. That's not the first time I've done that, but especially around that time period, I was acting the prick to people, so someone trying to put me in my place, you know, well, I can understand that. I needed a little something. I needed a little kick up my ass to remind me that it's not all about me, you know. Dark past. They just told me their entire edgy backstory. Here we go, making excuses again. I'm just gonna say it. the same time, though, I wasn't just playing FF7. I was doing runs of Nights into Dreams. I was doing runs of No One Can Stop Mr. Domino. But I just wasn't speedrunning the game for my own list, so it made it seem like I wasn't playing anything else. Never mind the fact I was doing runs of those two other games, but oh, wasn't for my own list. Ah, whatever. Get over it. But yeah, unless someone just unfollowed me from giving me... For me, just giving my fucking... Give my edgy spiel, just... Unless someone's just unfollowed me. Pretty sure that says like 900 now. Yeah, we're at 900 followers. Hooray. I managed to say all that without conceding a follower. Conceding a follower. Losing a follower. Hooray, we're at 900. Let's go. Thank you, everyone. So that means I can say hot takes all the time, right? Nah. I'll still try to keep a lid on my contrarian bullshit. Despite hitting 900 followers. Eventually it becomes the content. It does, but you need to get partnered first. You don't get to... You're not consistently allowed to make hot takes on Twitch until you're partnered. Yeah. Light Dungeon. Sorry, yeah, Light Dungeon. Yeah, this game kind of... I love A Link to the Past, but it kind of fell off for me after, like, the first 5%, because... I don't know. The Dark Dungeon theme, it's kind of grown on me, but it's not even close to as good as the Light Dungeon theme, in my opinion. Like, this Light Dungeon theme... this Light Dungeon theme feels like Uematsu level of good. Whereas that the Dark Dungeon theme, it's grown on me, I do like it now, but it's, you know, it's not as nice as this one. It's not as nice as this track, this piece of music. Yeah. But I feel like for Ocarina of Time, that dynamic I'm talking about was like even more extreme. Because like when I first played Ocarina of Time and it came to Gerudo of Valor, it was like, wait, is this the track that everyone hypes up? This is okay at best. This is just like a piece of music. What do people see in this? But now when I get to Gerudo Valley, it's like, okay, no, I get it. This track is a masterpiece. This is a very nice track. I don't know what I was thinking when I first played it. The Gerudo Valley theme in Ocarina of Time is amazing. That's such a good piece of like video game music. But when I first played it, I was like, people hype this up? What? Some themes you like... I mean, obviously that, you know, there are a large sum of people that just appreciate the piece of music straight away. But some people gotta just like... It has to kind of like grow them for them to get it. I have that same thing with Corridors of Time and Chrono Trigger. Like, when I first got to, like, Charlotte's Temple, whatever the fuck it's called, like, heard that music and I was like... So this is Corridors of Time. This is a track that everyone brings up. Okay, this is decent, I guess. What do people see in this? But now I want to hear that theme, I'm like, wow. Like, it just brings back all the positive emotions of playing Chrono Trigger for the first time. You're like, oh, this is where it started, but it's so different in a sense. Yeah, Look at the Past is it's pretty cool. It's not what you expect, or at least maybe it's what you expected it to be if you were alive when it came out. But like going back and playing it when the game's like 10 to 20 years old, it's not the game you expect it to be. For better or for worse. For some people I know it's for worse. They're like, okay, this is overhyped as fuck. But okay. So I need to take this. Hello? Yeah, I'll do it now. Bye. Alright, just as well, that stuff will happen, because I need to send someone some money. You felt that way about Dragon Roost, it's like, yeah, it's alright, but... You mean Dragon Roost in Wind Waker? Do you mean, like... They're like... I don't know, I kind of always like that track. I haven't even... I played, like, the beginning of Wind Waker, but I haven't even really played Wind Waker, but I've always kind of liked that track, if that's the track you're talking about. The guitar one. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the open field theme, that kind of just, like, hit straight away. That track's just, like, good from the get-go. And I haven't even played Wind Waker, I just like that track. Outside Island, yeah. Oh, do you mean the... Do you mean that one? Yeah. No, I can actually see what you mean. Like when I first looked at like getting into Wind Waker for the first time, I was like, oh, let's see what the music's like. And I was like, okay, this music's kind of like mediocre because I hadn't heard like the Outside Island theme yet, but I just heard that track and I was like, this sounds kind of mid. I don't know. I'm not that excited to play Wind Waker. Yeah, people do love that theme, and I'm just like, well, at least the first few times I heard it, I was like, people hype this. This is like, it's such a whatever track. It's not terrible, but it's like, but I feel like that track has grown on me, like for sure. Yeah, like I definitely do remember being like. I guess at the same time, like, I did play Brawl growing up, so, you know, I probably heard this track all the time in Brawl. So I went to play Wind Waker, I was like, oh, it's this track from the annoying shit stage in Brawl, you know? This is just that annoying fucking Brawl stage. Like, I first heard this track in Brawl before I heard it from anything else. So I probably just hated on it for the same reason I hate on Fire Emblem. Yeah, it's just as well that stuff will happen. I need to send some monies to someone. It's not Majora's though, is it? But I mean, that's fine. No game is like Majora's. I mean, there's games like Majora's. I guess Lightning Returns is kind of like Majora's. But yeah, whatever you think about Majora's, like, you know. Yeah, I guess it is Ocarina of Time 2.0. I guess you could say that, but it's still a pretty unique game. Even if it does just like piggyback off of the fucking, or piggyback off the Ocarina of Time engine. Yeah, you're alright about that. I mean, maybe not the GameCube and Wii version, but if we include the HD version, I think I prefer Twilight Princess to Majora's anyway. I mean, I know the whole point in the game is it's supposed to have like a gritty art style, but I do enjoy how vibrant it is on HD. I know that doesn't have any weight on how good the music is, but I mean, you know, music mixed with a specific aesthetic can give like a different impact, I guess. But it's probably Twilight Princess HD. I kind of miss my that's like the main reason. It's the main reason I miss having a Wii U. It's probably is my favorite Zelda game. I still have the game. My brother has his Wii U, but I don't have a Wii U myself personally. Like, it's not my Wii U. But I would say Twilight Princess HD is probably my favorite Zelda game. If we're including remasters as a separate thing. But I do think I prefer Ocarina and Majora's to, like, base Twilight Princess. You know, the whole point in Twilight Princess is it's supposed to have that art style. And HD does kind of ruin that aesthetic for some people. Personally, I enjoy it more. You know, technically, it's doesn't live up to the aesthetic they were going for. But the happenstance is that it results in a product that I personally enjoy more. You know, for most people, they prefer having that aesthetic that it's supposed to have. And yeah, Twilight Princess is supposed to have that gritty aesthetic, but at the same time, for me, it's not like they tried to go for that aesthetic either. I mean, obviously it did, but it felt like they're just like copying that same, like, you know, around like the 2007 to 2009 period, where like pretty much every game or every AAA game that came out just had this like gritty, greyish, like light greenish like color scheme. Like GTA 4 suffers from the same thing. It felt like Twilight Princess was just trying to follow suit of every other game that came out around those 2-3 years. Just have like grayscale like color scheme, which I personally wasn't a fan of. I'm sure GTA 4 is sick, but it's one of the things that puts me off that game. Yeah, it certainly does have shared DNA to Majora's, like, absolutely. Wait, is that more... Okay, operation successfully completed. Alright. Don't know why it's taking me this long. I've got distracted by the everyday offers on my banking app. Happens every time. I mean, on one hand, you know, I've done speedruns of Ocarina of Time, whereas I haven't done speedruns of Twilight Princess, so you probably assume that maybe I prefer Ocarina of Time based on that. But no, it's just Wii U emulators are obviously banned because it's a Nintendo game, and I don't have a Wii U anymore. That's the reason I've done runs of Ocarina of Time, but haven't done runs of Twilight Princess. It's just because I don't have a Wii U anymore. I don't really like SD Twilight Princess that much. Whereas emulator is allowed for Ocarina of Time. Wii U emulators are generally banned for most Wii U games. So the incentive for me to do a run, which I can't even submit, is kind of low. I mean, Ocarina of Time is definitely still up there, though. That game is... I mean... probably the best game I've ever played. It's not my favourite Zelda. It's not my past favourite Zelda, but it probably is the best game I've ever played, Ocarina of Time. I know that's like a fucking... that's a fucking cookie cutter opinion right there, but... and I first played Ocarina of Time in like 2012, sorry, 2013 when I was like 17, and I still just think it's like the best game I've ever played. But I mean, nobody wants to hear that because they hear everybody else say that. Like, oh yeah, that's what everyone says. Ocarina of Time, best game ever. Best game ever. 5 exclamation marks, 1. 2 exclamation marks, 1 exclamation mark. I know it's the meme to say that Ocarina of Time is like the best game ever, but it probably is like the best game I've played, honestly. Like the impact that game had on me is like I personally like that game the most, but like the impact it had on me is probably like greater than any game I've played. I mean, subjectively, I'd say Melee is the best game I've ever played, but I mean, outside of competitive, Melee is objectively flawed. Like, I'd probably argue even more so than like Ocarina of Time. Alright, where's the fucking capture card shit? Yeah, I'll try and read those messages in a few minutes. We just need to get this going. I don't want to finish too late. Also, I might have work tomorrow, so there's that too. Need to fucking re-enable this input display again, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Yeah, as you can see, like this input display is directly connected to the PS2. We are soft locked here. Not as a result of any executional mistakes, just the game just didn't load in. But for some reason, we can soft reset. But every auto input, even the menu button doesn't work here. No auto input works here. For some reason, it lets you soft reset, despite the fact you can't open the menu. Well, I guess those two things are independent of each other, but still pretty interesting that you are able to soft reset here, but you can't press anything else. Yeah. My average is down to sub 3. Still 23 minutes off my actual averages though, but whatever. Alright, yeah. If it doesn't load again, then we know it's just the game session itself is fucked and not like the disc. But the other disc had scuff marks on it anyway, so whatever. Don't want to have it causing me problems down the line. here. After this screen, we just hold up so I can read, I guess. You know, once I remember reading about it in the magazine as a kid and was like, oh my fucking god, you pick up sticks, light them, and fish also. Yeah, Ocarina of Time has aura. But, I mean, I guess so do most Zelda games, so... Like, yeah, I've said this 5 times already, but there are games that I enjoy more than Ocarina of Time, but just in terms of the impact that game had on me, like, pretty unmatched, I would say, me personally. Two, three, four, five, six. But yeah, I never submitted any of my Ocarina of Time PBs, so I guess you could still call me a tourist, but I'm not an SSC whale, I don't need all my runs to be on there. Yeah, when it comes to Nintendo games, unless you're top 100, nobody really gives a fuck, so like, there's no point, in my opinion, for me to... I'm not imposing that on anyone else, but it's like if I'm not even top 100, no one's gonna give a fuck, so why should I bother submitting? But if you don't spend your whole life on Twitch, you don't have to be aware of any, like, cultural aspects of a specific speedrun community pissing you off. If you use Twitch a healthy amount, you don't even need to think about shit like that. 75. Yeah, we don't have pipe on this save, so would have had to heal there anyway, even if I didn't put Tifa's attack through. We don't have a high port. Oh god, man. What is this? Hundreds? Ay ay ay. One tick. Hopefully he's at 8400 right now. Probably not, but I'm just gonna hope he is. Go next. Do this just so our formation ID, like our form ID, is yeah, just so the amount that we've incremented the form ID from going through to J Life twice, just so that form ID is still like incremented, which I'm just gonna kill myself off here. In FF7, you are unable to soft reset while you're in fights. So if you want to keep... In terms of the variables that do stay until you hard reset, if you want to keep those variables intact, you gotta just kill yourself off while you're in fights. There's no option to soft reset, sadly. Yeah, we're probably going until like 1 in the morning if this actually finishes. And I do have work tomorrow, but I mean, I can make it work. I can make it work. If the run's good, I'm gonna be willing to have less sleep. I'm gonna be willing to take less sleep for work. The run is good enough. There's also, it's unlikely, much more likely that it is going to be the case, but there's a small chance that I don't work tomorrow, and I just don't know yet. But most likely I will. But if the run's good enough, you know. I will have enough dopamine that I'll feel that I feel like the karma of not having had enough sleep or having less sleep is justified, because I would have had, just felt, because I would have felt good the night prior. I'll be able to come to terms with feeling more shitty tomorrow, because I'm gonna take the good with the bad. Yeah, do it work for me, but I just have to remind myself, yeah, it feels shit now, but you were able to feel that good yesterday from getting on that good pace, so. The fact that I feel shitty today means that I can feel just as good as I did last night. Just what I'm gonna have to tell myself tomorrow if I have work and this does finish. It's a good enough one to justify finishing. Goodbye roll. Alright, textbook. 9902. Oh, fucking great asshole. Uh, 55, 57 or 0. Yeah, it's probably gonna be 0. 0 or 3. 3 it is. Oh, not 6. 6 hold. This is a hold 0 menu, so the menu for the shop. Well, the menu that I typically do before exiting Mount Evil there, I'm gonna have to do it at the start of Rocket Town. We can't do it on the world map because it might cause us to get an encounter on the world map. So we'll just do it after this text box. The best menu in the world, that's fine. Do the awesome wave strat here. Talk to him once on the way in and then the second time on the way out. Sort of. We already have a soft in our inventory. I found that out when I loaded up the save earlier. We have a soft already, so I don't need to worry about buying it. And also, there's still a slim probability that we still just don't load it to jail life again. And that might be session related rather than disk. I don't know how that would be the case though. Based on my understanding of 7. The only way what happened is because the disk has like is because like based on how well I understand F7, my assumption would be that the only way that would happen is if the disk itself is fucked. But I don't know everything about this game, so... I know just enough where it feels like I know everything, but where I actually know like 20%. Alright, how are we doing on limits? Did anyone see how close Cape or Cloud are to a limit? Armor still has a few text boxes here. Okay. Well, it turns out we have to go into the menu anyway. Because Cloud and both Cloud and Kate are pretty far from that limit. Okay, Molly was on slot 2, so I wouldn't have been able to preemptively Molly anyway. Cool, good start. Yeah, I was about to get pissed off my YouTube. Like, I tried to click after the MK fight to check if I needed to hyper or not, but like it was buffering, so I was about to get really annoyed about that, but it turned out we needed to do it anyway, so we didn't open the menu for no reason. Nice. Hell yeah. Thank you, Palmer. You didn't have to give Cloud a limit before you finished the fight, or before the fight ended, you didn't have to give Cloud a limit, but you did, so I appreciate that. Sub 9. Nah, sub 9. Damn near close though. Okay, what the fuck? That's faster than Manip. Because that's the same as the Manip, but you don't have to wait for an IDT and you don't have to do the Manip movement. So that's like... Zero Ink Manipulus, what the f... Okay. What's... Huh? What the fuck? It, like... If you get one encounter on the way to North Coral, and it's a good formation, that's considered, like, extremely good luck. Zero encounters without a Manip. Like, yeah, the fact you can get zero encounter with a Manip means that zero ink without Manip is possible. That is so unlikely. We just got stupidly lucky there. That's probably the most dopes thing I've ever seen. Like, no cap. Maybe this new disc is blessed. That's not how it works. It's related to your RDT, it's related to your movement on the way to North Coral. But these two really good split times leading to me getting that zero ink. Maybe this disc is blessed. Kate's only got 15% of his limit, but I'm still just going to take him. Yeah, we took T for the last two times, and it worked out. It did work out. But I got kind of lucky both of those times, so... I don't know. Yeah, me snapping that disc in half. Especially the fact that I'm using a CRT right now, and it could just, like, chip the CRT screen. It's exponentially more dangerous when you bear in mind the fact that there was a CRT right in front of me. I mean, yeah, like, CRT is, like, you know, pretty thick glass, but could be pretty dangerous still. Yeah, but I didn't have to, like, let it go everywhere. I could have just, like, you know... Could have pointed it towards, like, the bin, and then just, like, let it all fall in there. Just send a message. You really want to know what I think of you? My Costa, I mean Coral Quagga, here. I still haven't deactivated my Chrome. Unless someone raids someone. I'm not sure if you've had this happen, but like... I mean, if you're optimal, you'll mute the Twitch site rather than just muting the video player, so that your view counts for everyone. But when I do that, I forget to unmute the site and then I can't hear anything, so I typically just mute the video player. But sometimes when I do that and they raid someone, like when the video player loads on the other end, like the audio re-enables itself. That's like the biggest concern here, really. It's the main reason to mute Chrome. IMO. Or at least mute the source on my OBS. I don't mind so much the volume coming on my end, but know you guys so much. Let's see. I mean, I'll right-click mute site on Twitch anyway. But... 44 and 49 are 0 inks. Should we risk it if we run this good? Fuck it, right not. Go big or go home. 49. I have to wait a bit more on the menu there because it's very close to the edge of the screen. Yeah, I need to take advantage of this pace. 9-minute flat palmer, 0 ink the North roll. Gotta try and take advantage of it by getting 0 ink here. Yeah man, just risk your whole 90 seconds ahead of PB lead by risking a 3-minute pincer here. It's perfect logic. Nah, the pincer on the way to Gongaga doesn't lose 3 minutes, but the Berserk needles, they do lose 3 minutes on average. You get the Berserk needle, but you can't manip that traversal anyway, so that's kind of irrelevant. Like, by the time you exit back onto the world map there, then you just set back to 0, so it's completely isolated. Oh, I got a bug, nice. $17.26, I'll bail, honestly, on the spider web here. Okay, we got it, nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're super far behind, that's really bad. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Right, let's not buy the first thing in the fucking shop this time. I actually forgot about that last time. I don't even know what that first thing is. I mean, I ended up selling it, but still can't remember what it was. Hold R2. Remember to hold R2 to sell it back to Bird's Eye. Not a complete failure. Let's go. Where's my display? Here. Okay. It's right in front of me. I cannot possibly fuck up this down right. Yeah, because of the way my D-pad is currently. 1839 enter temp, by the way. That's fucking insane. Anyway. Yeah, because of the nature of this D-pad, I feel like my input display has to be right in front of me, just to make damn sure I'm holding down right. Otherwise I'm going to end up holding right. Or like, right a bit and then down right, which still feels shitty. Not as shitty as accidentally just holding right the whole way. But it's still pretty shitty. Sold Elixir. Oh, okay. Yeah, that could have been pretty tragic, huh? Just as well, that run died. Tried to min-max there by interacting with that panel at the leftmost side. Risks more than it saves, but it doesn't risk that much, it's still worth it. I think that's about average. I think even a Kate attack would kill Eris at this point, that's funny. Yeah, where we got that encounter, it was like a pretty average position. Like, based on your fractions, that's like the average place you would get that encounter. It's where you're going to get that encounter on average, so that decided not to skip the 5.5 steps that time. Yeah, it's just as well that last run, soft locked. .607 max HP. You see how loading the exact same save can still result in such varied, like, stats? Shoutouts to random stat growth. Hell yeah, love that. Random stat growth is so motivating for playing out runs. Then you know how to react to 12 different possible fucking hands, just on the stats alone. It's fun. But I do agree, that is a better thing about F9, just consistent stat growth. It is better than F9. I do agree with that. Like, this is literally loading up the same save, and it's still varying by like 30 different HP values. I mean, yeah, I mean, and one aspect of it is, aside from speedrunning, it does like increase replayability. So it's like you're makes it feel more like you're playing a different game each time. But FF9 achieves that by your varied amount of encounters. Smile. I like this speed game because every run is different. Yeah, so 607 isn't a bad amount of max HP to have here. But I've had Red Dragon open up. Yeah, I've had Red Dragon, don't cover please. I've had Red Dragon open up Bite and Cloud and it was 608 before. So I still just played it safe and buffered into the big dub there. Good death blow rolls. I didn't see what the cross slash was, but seems like average so far. We're not going to have to do the Tranquilizer strat anyway, because we've not targeted Cloud. We're not even going to get a chance to do the Tranquilizer strat. Well, after the lock I've had this split so far, I can't really complain too much that he's not targeting Cloud. I'm not really entitled to complain, in my opinion. Oh my fucking god. Okay, and now I feel like I'm entitled to complain. We targeted K twice in a row. Oh, actually like 5 times in a row. Okay. Luckily, I am clutch. Luckily, I am goated, so... Yeah, despite that bullshit of the RD fight, that was still an insane segment. Like overall, very good. All right, Kate's gonna be underleveled here. Could cause problems. Almost forgot to tranquilize Kate there. It could have been bad. We got the spider web. We had a soft in our inventory when we loaded the save, so I'm gonna try to buff into E-skill here again. Okay, it didn't pay off, but we didn't get punished either, so... One hit. You big god for the spider web, so you have barrier. And also you have haste. It's for haste and barrier. I've accidentally spider webbed. Oh fuck. Kate has low dexterity. Because he died at Red Dragon, he has low dexterity. Okay, so we're at 2 hits so far. Kate died at Red Dragon, he has lower dexterity, which makes these bars pretty annoying. 6... 7... 8... 9... half, 10. Oh. It's really good that Cloud Guy got those extra hits. It's actually really good, because that means he's guaranteed to go back into Demon's Rush phase now. That actually helps a lot. I think he's at like 10.5 now. Pocket yellow. We're not going to be able to buffer into dice here, I don't think. Yeah. Well, good thing we don't need Kate for the rest of the run. So Cloud could get crit here, so even if you're talking with high port, he'll probably still die if he gets crit, but I'm willing to take that risk. Oh, never mind. We do have to remember that he doesn't have his limit there. Do need to remember that. Golded it, and we didn't even need the dice. I tried to go into dice, but because of Kate's dexterity, we couldn't do the MC. I could have done the MC if I did one Cloud attack and then did the body setup. But, yeah, his dexterity was too low. We were still golded it without dice, so let's go. But it's kind of a fake gold, because Cloud doesn't have his limit yet. So unless he gets targeted turn 1 by the next enemy, that, in turn, it basically makes this split a fake gold. Because typically, 9 times out of 10, Cloud would have his limit at the end of the fight. Typically when I do my DGs, so the fact it's golded, unless the next formation targets him first, is basically a fake gold. If that makes sense. No, it's the faster you've done the fight, but he didn't have the limit at the end of that fight, so it's not really a real gold. Time-wise, it's a real gold, but like, variable and scenario-wise, it's not going to be a real gold for like most runs. We maintain this pace and it still doesn't load for jail life. I mean, the silver lining there is that we'd be able to finish at around 11, at least. Tried to risk it, tried to hit the 28 by buffering into PHS and got punished. 44. Just gonna have to remember to do the rest of the menu on the other side. Last time I had to do any... last time I wasn't able to do half the menu. Last time that happened, I forgot to do the second half of the menu, and we didn't have the Bahamut for... We didn't have the Bahamut for, the bound fats that are hopefully coming up. But yeah, that's another factor. We don't even know if we're going to get a bound fat. Don't even know if we're going to get a bound fat. But before we even find out if we're going to get a bound fat or not, I need to do the second half of this menu. But yeah, we probably lost like 6 to 8 seconds for not being able to get all that menu in on time. So good. Let's restore comment. Maybe we'll put Tifa in the middle. The menu is sloppy anyway. Menu is sloppy anyway, so maybe we'll just cut my losses and put Tifa in the middle to make it cleaner for later. Yeah, I need to remember not to leave this. Sorry, I need to remember not to put Bahamut through until we're guaranteed that Cloud has a limit. Nice, we got the bound fat. Not a single, so still pretty slow. I'm fucking stupid. Oh. Okay. I literally just ignored what I said about having to wait to see the Cloud has a limit, but the leaves gave him the limit anyway. Just as well I front rode him as well as the Hyper. I basically covered myself against my own stupidity. It's like Homer Simpson on that one episode where he knew he'd end up jumping off, so like he sorts out a boat for him to land on. Yeah, no, that's a pretty zoomed episode of The Simpsons I'm talking about. It's the Simpsons episode I watched. We're gonna have to walk to 18 here, I think. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. We're all formations anyway, so if I underwalk, then it's whatever. But hopefully we didn't. Oh. I actually walked correctly while not being able to see Cloud. Normally, if I can't see Cloud, like if he's obscured by like some objects, I can't way too fast. But that time, I was actually able to count correctly. Even when I was approaching my first ever sub 640, like I was pretty bad at counting while Cloud was obstructed, but was able to actually count popular there. Oh yeah. I said something earlier about switching to right at the end of that screen, because normally I hold Alt right the whole time. But earlier I switched to right at the end. I think that might save like a few frames. I remember just at the end there, so probably didn't save as much. If it does save frames, like it probably didn't save as many frames, because I only remember to do it right at the end of the screen. But it might save some time. The front row cloud as well, so that menu wasn't the best. Okay, will we actually get to play the game? And before, like, we actually, like, the J-Life fight actually loads in, but then we get Aqualung, it's like... Yeah, you get to play the game this time, but, yeah. Fuck you still. But I mean, the Aqualung backup's kind of fun to do. It's not fun to do if he keeps targeting Sid, because then he don't have enough Phoenix stamina to justify going for the strat, but... provided she doesn't do that, the Aqualung backup is fun to do. Alright, come on, Prage. What? Okay, so it wasn't a disc. Well, yeah, it's 11 already. That's a fantastic pace. That is a really good pace. I'm happy about the pace, but it's already after 11. So yeah, I guess... What do I have to do? Yeah, wait. Yeah, it's already 11. It's already 11. But, first of all, let's remove this IDT, because it's going to be inaccurate. I mean, we need to find out if it's my PS2 or not. We need to find out if my PS2 just isn't. Let me load into that section. But yeah, that disc had like scuff marks on it, so probably would have given me issues down the road. Yeah, we need to find out if my PS2 is like fucking up anyway. Is this outside Bone Village? We need to make sure we can actually get into the JLI fight on this PS2. So as much as I would like to just like call it a day, I might still call it a day. But I might still do that. But at the very least, we do need to make sure that my PS2 just isn't like failing to load into that fight specifically, rather than it being the CSR itself. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't giving me those problems yesterday. Didn't have any of these issues yesterday. Don't know if I took Kate or Teeth the Temple on this save, but let's find out. Okay. Our closest Cloud, he's already got it. Okay. Oh. Yeah, can't be going into the fight without that. I mean, with that on. What have we got here? Got a soft, an elixir, an expert. Soft, 2 turbos, 4 grenades, 2 echo screens, 5 mollies, 11 Phoenix Downs, 20 tranks, 15, 9. Yeah, that's plenty. What plenty of inventory. You gotta wait for the Bahamut summer. Yeah, you gotta wait for this Bahamut summer animation. You gotta wait for this Bahamut summon animation anyway, so I may as well just check the inventory right here. But yeah, I was playing super well. I even managed to count the stats properly while Cloud was obscured, so... While Cloud was Expedition 33'd. Nice high port drop. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Should be enough. You're right. Yeah, so this screen, we call it the hungry screen, and the hungry screen is right. You literally don't get a formation other than that fucking formation. On this screen, like, ever. I've never seen a formation other than the fucking hungry. Literally ever. Got a soft reset anyway. We've got a soft reset anyway, because I gotta poke this IDT to what it was when we entered earlier. Don't have to, but just so we can pretend it's the same run. Normally at this point, I'd be out of like motivation to like continue, but like I need to get to enough J, or at least we need to get to J Life to make sure it's not my PS2 anyway. So, and if we're playing to that point, I may as well just like continue as if nothing ever happened. Right. First and foremost. I'm gonna hate my past self tomorrow, but... What was my quote-unquote estimated IDT when I entered City of the Ancient Tower? Bahamut, go forth and zap to the extreme. Thank you, Father. Probably like 3:10:30. Let's call it 3:10:31. But also we gotta wait for it to load back in when we load the save. So let's make that 3:10:11. I need to poke the IDT too. Right, so memcard throw time. It's a whole new world. This oh boy. Well, I remember to fucking re-enable it into the Slayer afterwards though. Dark Station. Dark Station. Three, 10, 11. 31011. Let me just double check. Estimated ID2 was 31031 when I entered, but take 20 seconds off that. Just be safe. 31011. Okay. And make the save again. Food box station. Close. Right click, eject. Capture card's probably gonna freeze. It didn't. Nice. Now I need the bathroom, that's awesome too. May as well plug the input display back in power here. While I remember. Capture card briefly froze, but didn't stay frozen. It's helpful. Retrospy, close. Right click the Retrospy source window. Now we gotta reactivate this. Right click again, properties. BRB. Can't use Dark Reader on this client thing, that's annoying. You guys are about to be flashbanged by this IDT bullshit. Let's see. Ace IDT page, properties. Why is that not showing up? Title, there we go. Do I have crop? No, I don't. Crop. Right, 250 top, 200, 150, 100, 155, 120, 115, 120. Scale filtering bilinear. So what does it say? 31011. IDT on start, 31011. So, in order to hit the icicle immunip, I'm going to have to, I mean, that's probably an argument against me picking IDT just now. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait for a specific IDT anyway, so I'm just gonna open a menu at some point when I load up the save and put my official disc one in. That way we can see if it's PS2 or not. So it's not only gonna be like a fucking past 1 AM finish, but we're also waiting for the RDT to tick up, so it's probably gonna be more like 2 AM if it finishes. Which is probably an argument against me having poked the RDT just now, but whatever. It's just to allow myself to trick myself into thinking it's the same run, even though it's not. Yeah, 3, 10, 11. That's what I need to... Oh wait, there's more to this. Nah, it still works. The crop still works. I just had to, like, expand the window a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna hate myself tomorrow if this actually finishes. At least we got to vibe for a bit though. I've been vibing while I've been waiting for me to do, or to set the shit back up. Get to vibe some more. It's easily gonna be enough time for me to go down and get some like green tea or something. Easily. So and press start when you hear the noise. Click start. Yeah, I think we can, like I said, I was saying earlier, I think we can save a few frames. Like, this is down right, upright. If I just right in there, if I pivot from upright to right, I think that might save like a few frames. It's not much, but it might save something. I mean, I know, like, for the left-hand side of that screen, if you pivot from up left to left right at the end, I know that saves time, so it's not too unlikely that it would be the same on the other side of the screen. Slow. Yeah, my Dark Reader Chrome extension doesn't work on this webpage because it's like a local file. For some reason, you can't use the Dark Reader extension with a local file. That's pretty annoying. I mean, I could just ask the Matt Davis for his fucking timer thing. But I'm a meek little bitch, so I'm gonna not DM him about that. Just to avoid socializing, or to avoid social contact with people as much as possible. Flashbang myself with this HTML page just to avoid having to message someone. Alright, let's put the official list on it now. Yeah, Matt Davis, he has a very nice, like, F7 timer program that Silver Jake uses. This is an official disc, so I'm not gonna have to wait for it to saying where would if a backup disc, because it's literally like an official copy. And also, I still need to run to the end of the screen anyway, so. See? Gold. We're golden. We're not gold splitting, but we are golden. Yeah, it's past 11, so I'm gonna forgive myself for any mistakes I make because it is very late. But that pace we had until the game like crashed, very nice pace. Very happy with that. Very satisfied with the pace we got on. I played very well. Wow. Shit, that's not even a CSR disc. Well, I hope we can get a magic breath from For My D0. That's all I'm gonna say. Sure hope I can get a silver for my D0. I mean, maybe if we get Apolong, we can just, like, see how the train fights go. But... yeah, once again, this one, CSR, this one I had earlier, it did have scuff marks on the disc, so... probably would have caused issues down the line. Probably a good thing that I got rid of it. We're still on SDS. This isn't normally the case, but the way the FDS menu works on PS2 is, I mean, what I'm about to say is always the case. So, from turning the PS2 on, you switch to FDS, you go into a PS1 game, you have to reset. And the second time, you have to change it back to FDS again. But after that, it stays on FDS. But because I've soft reset between the first and second FDS option change thing, sometimes that like messes up PS1 games. Like if you end up soft resetting, you'd think it wouldn't, but there's this one race I did with Sayo when he was first getting into PlayStation FF9 speedrunning. Back when we had like what, like I don't know, fucking like 10-hour times or something, fucking Pepega like that. First time meeting Sayo, like we did a race and like he changed to FDS for the race, but then he died somewhere, so he soft reset so he could get back to the title screen sooner. For some reason, doing that soft reset, the disc speed went back to standard. Maybe he didn't soft reset, maybe he just hard reset during a fight, and because he'd only changed it to FDS the first time, maybe it was still on standard disc speed because it was the second time, or it was the second time the PS2 BIOS had come up since his PS2 boot. Maybe he hard reset a fight, but from what I understood, it sounded like he soft reset, but then like his PS2 went back to STS. So your attempt being between the first and second PS2 BIOS open of the day, for lack of a better term, based on that, it can have some impact. PS1 game behaves sometimes if you end up soft resetting. Based on my understanding of that. That or he hard reset, and because it was the second time the PS2 BIOS had boot on that day, he probably just didn't put it back to FDS. But the way I read that situation was he soft reset and it went back to SDS. So being between the first and second start of the day can, like when you do a soft reset, can mess things up. Based on my understanding of that. Yeah, this is a hard reset this time. I sure hope I get a silver. I hope I can get a silver from Form ID 0. If we get a silver, we're just gonna have to take it, whether it jumps at us or not. We're just gonna have to take it. But this is a CSR this time round. But yeah, if we don't get a silver, unless we get aqualonged at J Life, we are just gonna have to call it. That sucks. We've hit self-hitting. We've hit him. We've hit shell heart skip like 70% of our attempts today, at least. But there's other 30% of times where I didn't get shell heart skip are pretty concerning, because shell heart skip saves a decent amount of time. But yeah, we have to wait for an IDT anyway, so we're not getting it there. Doesn't matter too much for this run. Like while the time is paused. But me pausing the timer right now isn't cheating, because we haven't gotten back up to the point where I paused the timer before. So currently it's not cheating, the fact that the time is paused. And also it's not an official character anyway, even if it was. Yeah, I highly doubt this, but if it doesn't load into the fight again, I am very concerned for this PS2. But I highly doubt it. I think my headcanon is it's just a session that was fucked, like something blocked J-Life from proceeding. Which is possible, because, you know, I burnt my disc 3 earlier, went into disc 3 from disc 2 to check that the disc swap worked. Disc 3 worked, and then I soft reset from disc 3. The way CSR disc 3 functions might be blocking this fight from proceeding somehow. By the way, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the session that was fucked. I highly doubt it's not gonna let us play here. I'm gonna unpause the timer until we can give us a big gold medal. It looks need to be there. If she targeted Tifa there, I was fucked. If I was actually fucked. We might have to advance the weight trick here. We had to do that because the internal order was fucked. They'll split when the Delta appears. I mean, we probably lost more like 15 seconds from buffering into said Z skill there. Probably lost like 15 seconds, but whatever. I pretend I didn't. But yeah, we gotta wait for this IDT to tick up to like 333-ish. Not the IDT that's in my on my game feed right now, but the IDT on the client that's on the left-hand side of my feed. Gotta wait for that to go up to like 333 so we can do the icicle in a minute. Yeah, we gotta wait until like 3:30 to be able to hit this RDT minute. Well, because we've already done this menu, it's probably more like 3:33. But I did pause the timer a bit early. Well, I didn't pause the timer early, but I did that late split late. Oh, sorry, I did that last split late, which means that there's some of the split which hasn't actually some of the time on this split hasn't actually passed on the timer the way it's supposed to. So just gonna unpause the timer at 3:32:30 and then run up, and then whatever time we have to wait until 3:35:01, we'll just get added to the timer, or get added to the split time to make up for me. To make up for the fact that not as much time, or at least according to the timer, not as much time has passed on this split as the amount of time that is supposed to have passed on the split by now. That makes sense. I'm waffling now. I do get that waffling. You're always going to have fake goals, but I want to stop. I want to limit the amount that my goals are fake as much as I can. So we'll just exit 3:32:30 and then just wait for it to tick over the 3:35:01. I might wait 2 seconds more to hit the 03 actually, because 03 is a hold 0 instead of delay fall. The problem with doing that though is, because it's hold 0, the tent menu we normally do with the wizard bracelet, firing, bolt armlet, whatever, that menu where you also do a tent, there's a chance that if you do that menu right before entering an ice in, you exit the menu and you get an encounter immediately. That's the problem with doing a hold 0. You won't. If you do a hold 0, then you can't put a 10 on. If you do a hold 0, you can't put a 10 in your party, because you can do the rest of the menu while you can do the rest of the menu while you're in ice in, but you won't be able to do the 10. Which means you would have to do the 10 just before climbing up Guy's Cliff. Which I could do. I could do that. See how slow it is, just to test it. Like, we don't even know if we're going to get a silver or not this run, so we potentially sacrificing time to find out how much time it loses. Like, it's probably not too big of a deal. So we could be on this crazy pace and just not be able to finish because we don't have a magic riff, and we also didn't get Aqualung to Genova Life, so if we don't get Silver then we're just fucked. And we can't continue anyway. Yeah, how off is the game IDT? I think the game IDT right now is 1 second fast compared to the client IDT, which makes sense because I didn't start the IDT offset until just after I heard the sound effect, like the load game sound effect, like whatever the noise is. I didn't press click until I started hearing the noise, or until my brain processed the audio signal and reacted by clicking. So it makes sense that the in-game IDT is like a second fast. So basically we'll resume this run when the IDT gets to 3:32:29 as opposed to 3:32:30. That's what that means. I've still got time to sort out this green team. And I've been yapping a bunch, so give them some time for the green tea to set in without me doing the spoon technique that I'm doing. Yeah, I am waffling. I'm definitely waffling. Last time we waited 20 minutes, I just didn't even pull up my notes to see how much. I mean, so you have to walk a different amount of steps. After the next field screen encounter, we have to walk a different amount of steps depending on where you go on the screen. We had all that time, 20 minutes, so I just didn't pull up my fucking notes for that to see the diagram. Ridiculous. But yeah, they're there now. They are there. See them. Suppose I better make sure I pull up my snow no slots notepad sheet as well. Snow no slots, snow slots, snow slots. '07 snow no slots. I mean, in theory, what I should have done, I should have made a save at the start of this disc and then just soft reset and got my memory card through and then pegged to the IDT. I could have done that, but it's still so nice to just, you know, chill for a bit. But in theory, that would be the much more efficient thing to do. It would be more stressful, but it would save a lot of time. Save me having to play until 2 in the morning. But hey, if we don't get a silver, we don't have to play until 2 in the morning. So there's that too. But what we're going to do for 900 followers. I have to do something for 1,000 followers, but I feel like I need to do something for 900. I don't know. I don't think there's many people watching right now, but if anyone has any reasonable suggestions. I'm not going to do a run of every game I played, fuck that. Rando? What kind of rando? FF7 rando? I was doing, if you're talking about FF7 rando, I was doing those before I was even speedrunning this game. Majoras? I don't know the game well enough. Even just doing vanilla Majoras, like, despite how much I played it, every time I boot it up again after a couple of years, I always forget what the fuck to do. So I could barely get through it casually, I wouldn't be able to do rando for Majoras. That being said, I mentioned the FF7 rando. While I did used to do FF7 randos pretty heavily, I've never done Iron Mog, because that wasn't a thing yet. I haven't done the Iron Mog rando yet, which might be worth doing, because it's PSX. You don't have to play on PC, you can do it on PSX, so doing the Iron Mog rando might be worth it. But then I'd feel like I'm just copying Zeal, so I don't know. Something memey, yeah. I'm not going to do a run of every game I've done a run of, like, fuck that. I'm not doing a trifecta either, like... My health isn't quite up to the point again where I can do another trifecta run of FF789. Not fit enough yet. How about Crash Bandicoot 2 on a Mega Drive controller? I'm already like an hour rusty at that game, but imagine if I was forced to use a Mega Drive controller. So this encounter, we're probably not going to get it because Obviously, we soft reset, so the danger got set back. Danger got set back to 0, so we might not even get it on that screen. We might get it after snowballing. Hopefully, we get it still. Or like a Spyro 120% run where I'm like 3 hours behind my already dogshit slow PB. That could be fun. Danger's at 0, so yeah, never mind. Still got it. It's like 12 steps we need to take, 11 and a half. But FF9 Hondo, possible? Question mark. Perfect X2, maybe. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't think that was 12, that was like more like 11 and a half. I think that was 11 and a half. For it to count as a 12th step, you need to really see it step, and I don't think it did, so that's pretty much like 11.5. But yeah, we're pretty behind. Pretty behind. We're off form, so it doesn't matter so much that we're behind. So if we have to skip the 12 steps, it doesn't really matter too much. Like the 12 steps after the next encounter. But yeah, we're pretty behind right now. Yeah, I'm gonna wait 2 seconds extra to hit the whole 0 minute. We're also pretty close to the edge of the screen, so I have to wait longer. Like, when I see 3, I have to hesitate a bit and then exit the menu. Yeah, this is a whole 0. Which means we're gonna have to do the 10 in the guy's heart. The 10 that we normally do here. I could risk it and just do a menu at the end right before we enter, but it's a bit risky. Risk getting into an encounter right as you're leaving the menu. So I'm gonna see how much it loses to just do that 10 in that guy's heart, like before you climb up Guy's Cliff. No way. So we've had 0 encounters to North Coral, and we've had 0 encounters on the way to fucking high school in. You cannot make this shit up. Right, do the menu here, because I do a menu buffer here anyway, so do the menu while I'm in this menu. Can't do 10 though. Fucking hell, that took a while. 4 menu buffers required, that was a pretty slow one, but... despite how slow that paralysis dodge was, we still net saved time by getting 0 encounters on the way to high school in. Like, what the fuck? That's ridiculous. But yeah, we're never gonna hit 3:35.03 in a run, so I don't need to make a note of that specific IDT. I'm never gonna hit an IDT that fast, like, ever. But that's fucking crazy still. Slow paralysis dodge, but we still net save the big chunk of time from getting 0 encounters on the way. What is... huh? Did I get a map? What's going on here? Huh? What happened? Did I run in too soon? That's fucking bullshit. I guess you gotta wait for that transparent text box to come up before you're on in. Like, even if it starts opening up, you gotta wait for it to fully populate. Yeah. The last time I lost a run to Materia Keeper... Yeah, the last time I lost a run to Materia Keeper... I didn't actually lose it to Materia Keeper, I just went down the wrong chute, if that makes sense. Yeah, I went down... Instead of the second most right chute, I went down the rightmost. Yep. And I hadn't done that in fucking years. I blame the D-pad personally. Because I drilled it 11 times in a row after that, and did it all perfectly fine. So I'm just gonna blame the D-pad for that. Alright, I'm gonna resume this timer at like the 10-second mark. On the in-game timer. On the time that's on the screen. Cause myself to spin out controlling in that. Yeah, it sucks that I just threw away. No, like, I didn't take advantage of getting 0 encounters on the way, but I mean, I'm never going to hit an IDT that low in a run. And on CSR, I'm never going to hit an IDT that high. But on Vanilla, I'm never going to hit an IDT that low. Like, ever. Ever, ever. So it's kind of whatever. But yeah, we loaded up a save outside City of the Ancients from Formation ID 0, so I don't know if I'm even going to get a silver or not. I've lost 7 seconds so far this snowballing in real time. So focused on avoiding getting hit by the snowballs that I just hit one of the rocks instead. So we've lost like 15 seconds so far. RTA. In real time, we've lost like 15 seconds this minigame. I mean, it's fucking sucking ass at snowballing lately. Has to be said. And there's that too, just to add insult to injury. 243. I should just sell my FF7 copies on eBay. Uninstall the game, etc. Yeah, so I paused my timer like for these soft spots there, but save time to averages on that split compared to the J-Life Delta, so even if a lot of that time save is fake. Okay, we got the encounter there, which means we need to skip the 12 steps here, which normally would be a problem, because you end up getting a Gygus and potentially a Bat Pincer. But we're off formations anyway, because we just loaded up a save before City of the Ancients, so... We don't know what formations we're expecting to get anyway, so basically it doesn't even matter. Yeah, we lose 20 seconds from taking an extra formation. Because we didn't take the steps, we are going to take an extra formation, but... Who knows, that could push us onto a Stilver. It could also make us dodge a Stilver, but there's no way of us knowing, so... Without loading up an emulator later and checking, but no one's going to bother to do that. Yeah, we do need to remember to tent still, because that was a hold 0 traversal to Icicle in. Didn't have an opportunity to put 10 on, so we got to do that at the heart. So we'll be able to... I mean, obviously... It's kind of hard to gauge how much time you lose from that, other than looking at the timer, of course. Because you could just have, like, a very good snowfield exit here. Like, a very good snowfield exit time. And compare it to a run where you use the tent in the guy's house, like the guy's hut, but as a slow snowfield exit time. But if you just, like, check the timer... Okay, very good traversal. It's a bit of a waste of a good traversal there, because we got a tent here, but... Yeah, that did not feel slow at all. Basically felt like it lost nothing. It didn't lose nothing, but it's basically nothing. Especially with how good that traversal was. Still feels like a bit of a waste of how good that traversal was, like going into the hut to do that, but because we didn't tent earlier, we had to do it there. See how we're doing against the latest. We are on against gold here, but the traversal, or the snowfield exit time wasn't as good in this gold that we're on against as we got now. But that was very quick, our traversal and snowfield there, so... If we get decent icicles, we can probably break even with this split. Alright, give it still, please. I'm begging you. Bats, that's not a good sign. There are some Stilver formations that are right after bats, but for the most part... 2, 3, 6, 9. For the most part, Stilvers aren't really around, like, backpacks in this area. For the most part. It's not guaranteed to be the case, but the fact we got double bats there makes me pretty worried about getting a Stilver here. Oh, we got one. It's a back attack, but we have to take it because we don't know if we're going to get it on. Okay. I guess we're playing until 2 in the morning. No 10 drop. Yeah, so our game crashed going into J-Life, so we had to load up a save before City of the Ancients. And I didn't bother to... I could have checked what my tent count was after that snowfield traversal. I could have done it there, but forgot to see how much tents we had. Yeah, there was. I was not expecting to be able to get Stilver, but we got one. Guess I should have had more faith. Walked a bit extra there just to be safe. We might still have underwalked. I think we're good. This second screen you have to heat up on. I think even the task heats up on this screen. I could be wrong. But RTA you have to heat up on this screen, like the second climb screen. First and third, if your movement's good enough and you input correctly, you don't have to. But this second one you have to. I think even the task has to, but even if the task doesn't have to, RTA you absolutely do have to heat up on the screen. The reason I hesitate a bit there is so I can release X. And by releasing X, it stops your, releasing X as you grab onto something in this game, it stops your fraction, variable from ticking over to the next fraction. So it looks like what I'm doing is unoptimal, but I'm doing it to, save fractions. You know, we're super far ahead of the steps anyway, as shown here. I still want to save fractions. Just to make sure we stay ahead. Although that's kind of a bad mindset, considering before Skitsu, we're going to have to force the encounter in a specific spot anyway. Otherwise, if you get too far ahead of steps on that spot... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16... Yeah, so the encounter before Skitsu, if you get that encounter too far ahead, it fucks up the whole step route, like on the long-range step route. So we have to force the encounter like near the start of that screen anyway. So be saving fractions here. Might be worth it if I end up fucking up some movement. But generally it's pretty unoptimal because I have to force an encounter at that spot anyway. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we have to force an encounter. Oh, this is... Oh, yeah. Wait, this is... Wait, what goes on here? Oh, ribbon. Fire armor, Dargus. I was able to catch... I was able to catch the mistake I made there. At least. It was slow, but I was able to catch it in time. But yeah, me trying to save fractions with how far ahead I am the steps is kind of inefficient because we've got to force an encounter at a specific spot anyway. But whatever. I'm just doing it for muscle memory purposes, so that when I'm on steps and on forms, because typically when you're on steps and on forms, if you're on steps, you're basically breaking even with what the step 3 expects. So I'm just doing it for muscle memory purposes, like the fraction, or the strat of releasing X to save a fraction on each climb. It's for muscle memory purposes. Okay, in my notes it says if Cloud's HP is above 465, I don't need to heal here, so I'm not going to heal here. I don't know why my notes specifically specify 465, but I guess it's just based on placebo. Like me having had a climb die from 466 or some shit like that. I'm pretty sure it's in down my notes. Oh, I'm looking at the 2023 notes. I haven't updated those to my own specification. Heal Cloud between fights if his HP is below 465. Other party members if their HP is below half their max. Nobody is below half their max HP and Cloud is above 465, so we don't need to heal. Can't get proven wrong. Tifa doesn't have laser on her. The only reason I buffered into Tifa's sub-menu there was to try and flick over the cloud so I could use laser and but then he got silenced. But the silver lining here is that even though power gets silenced, at least we're going to have enough MP to heal all of our party members after this. Alright, we're probably going to get a Marlborough, because we're off pawns. So let's put it on A to be active. I'll have to remember to switch back to A to B way afterwards, but that's fine. Well, I have my schizo notes. All wasted movement there. You're not supposed to go up right then right, you're supposed to go up then up right, but we're so far ahead right now, it doesn't matter. But I do need to bear that in mind that on an actual run, it needs to be up then up right, not up right then up. You can't attack buffer these guys. If you try to attack buffer them, they react with a very slow like animation, like a very slow action. So you have to just change there or defend. Not really much point in defending because they don't really deal a lot of damage, but if you want a buffer there, it has to be a change. You can't attack them. You can attack them, but you'll lose an annoying amount of time. But trust me on that. Once again, just doing the fraction reset thing. Oh, sorry, I'm doing the strat to save fractions just for muscle memory purposes, essentially. Yeah, we're so far ahead, we're gonna have the forces encounter near the start of the screen. So around here-ish. So we don't fuck up our step route. Thank you, Saucy. Appreciate that reminder. Okay, we're gonna have to drink from the pond. I decided to ignore myself for some reason. I think the reason I decided to ignore myself was because, so in my head, you need a 10... So you need a 10 outside Fort Condor, and then you need a 10 going into Junon. Yeah, that sounds correct. No, yeah. So, yeah. 10 was correct there. This might get a bit messy here. Okay, it wasn't messy. I was expecting, since I buffered into a sub-menu, that they were only going to take one turn before I do reactions, which might have fucked up the turn order. Or at least fucked up the turn order based on what I was expecting, but both the heads go in anyways. Oh, they opened up Ice Breath and Tifa. That's awesome. That means I need to take a risk here and laser Tifa preemptively. Oh man. Please don't Ice Breath Tifa again. I'm begging you. Fuck you. There's no point in posting Tifa because another Ice Breath's gonna kill her here anyway. Okay. Please, I'm begging you. Okay, thank you. Alright, the good news is, the silver lining here is that because Tifa is very low, we won't need to grenade her. Fuck. That should have been on Tifa, that shouldn't have been on Sid. Oh man. That's very bad. Probably not going to get a second one in before Triple Fire Breath, if I had to guess. I think Tifa's going to go down again, even if a Death Blow lands. Yeah, so we may as well just top her up so we don't have to do the big god Death Center bullshit again. Yeah, that's exactly what I was expecting. Hopefully this doesn't kill. Counter. Well, that was tragic. That wasn't even the... I mean, yeah, the game... I was shook a bit from the double Ice Breath, but it's still technically not the game's fault. I just fucked up there, sadly. Sadly, that is on me. Have to hold that. Alright. Averages lose 14 seconds to best save. Still ahead of PB, but have to not fuck up later on. And also, I'm probably going to lose 30 seconds to the carry on my menu. So I'm probably going to be like plus 115 at the end of this split. I'm not going to change the A to be active because we're forms. Don't know what we're going to get. I can attack buff for these. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. On the what? Cool. Well, it'll be like at least plus 130. Yeah, we're on the walk, so we're not supposed to get that encounter. Typically, you'd expect the second encounter on the screen is when you walk the steps, but we have to wait until after the following encounter now to take those steps. So not after this one, but after the next one. That previous encounter we weren't supposed to get. awesome wave strat here. That felt bad. Oh, it worked. But I have to remember to count the 10 steps after we get the next encounter. Yeah, so if he opens up silence here, you have to like wait for both the ATBs to empty, and then you gotta jam the cross slash through while the deploy is happening. Oh wait, no, I got that incorrect. No, I'm thinking of the red light. I'm thinking of the red light actually. I guess now we gotta do an advanced wait trick here. I mixed them up. For red light, you gotta do what I said. But for the silence opener, you're supposed to... For the silence opener, you're supposed to put the cross slash through when the wait, no. So yeah, for the silence opener, you're supposed to let ATB flow and then hold on cross slash while the while the skull animation is happening, and then while Keeper's death flow is happening. After that is when you yeah, that last split was a fake goal because we hadn't had this account yet. Hello, Slide for the Sky Dragon. Dragon Rider. That's his name, Dragon Rider. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here I don't do the I don't do the fast setup, I do it like this. Yeah, the last split was a fake gold because we haven't had that encounter where we're supposed to walk the 10 steps, and we also hadn't walked the 10 steps yet, so it was basically a fake gold, essentially. But here we have a ton of time save, because last run, when I tried to do the F&B skip, I did down left, but I wasn't holding down left. Like, I very briefly added left to my down input, and then I just released afterwards for some reason. So we didn't get the F&B skip. So if I remember to hold down left at the end of the F&B skip setup this time, rather than just, like, briefly doing down left, you can save a bunch of time there. Still. Probably ill-advised for me putting it to A to be active when we're off forms, but whatever. I'm not attached to this run, and also it's very late. It's half past midnight. I got work tomorrow, so it's like I don't care. I'm not gonna do the muscle memory thing here where I hesitate on purpose. I'm just gonna run up to him straight away. It might fuck me up when I go back to vanilla, but whatever. I just have to remember that on vanilla, I run up to the blinds, then wait for the F&V to start, and then when the second glow appears during the F&V, like above the cannon, is when I run up to Barret while mashing. I just gotta remember to do that. You don't gotta worry about doing that in CSR, which is kind of bad because it's a skipped skill check, but I'm not sure how you would implement it in CSR at the same time, so I don't know. Not sure how you'd implement it without just keeping the whole F&B in. Which for something like that, leaving the whole F&B in. It's worth keeping the F&Bs in for FD minute, because that saves like so much time, but for something like that, it's like... pointless. Yeah, good to know. I'll probably forget about it, but if you have to boot up the console from outside the City of the Ancients, then you can still get a silver encounter from Formation ID 0. Alright, we need to hold down left this time at the end, not briefly do it, we gotta hold it. Like, jam that shit. Okay, cool. Oh, look at that. We're ahead now, hooray. That was very difficult. Not saving the 10-step ID like it did last time, but fucking hell. 10-step ID to save in a minute and a half, like, yeah, sign me up. But non-ironically, like... Alright, don't know where the fuck this account is gonna be. Wasn't too far off, they say, after doing that 5th menu. Oh no, it's Chu. Nah, I'm kidding. What's up, Chu? Good to see you, dude. Cool hair, thank you. Kind of feels like a Chu haircut, to be honest. Feels like one of your hairdos, which is cool. Super far ahead. Super. I don't think this counters. It counters. Okay. Oh, that was a Barret. Maybe not. I mean, there are counters in this game that don't counter the same person at the top. That does exist, but... I mean... Playing with the correct formations for this long-range step route, you're not expected to get a cannon there anyway, so whatever. Oh god. Annoying. Yeah, Feck advised me to do these, like, CSR segments, and it seems to be paying off. Both that have made it to this 2 seem to have been worth it. It's annoying to have to finish, like, this late or early, however you look at it. But... we did magic rep the set of that, so it's just the standard menu I normally do, essentially. See if we can find. Should be able to find enough time to pull up my tablet. I'm pretty sure I know the menu, walk on more, but might be a couple of details I might have forgotten. Yeah, last time we lost a significant amount of time from magic reffing the opponent rather than magic reffing our party. Try not to do that this time. Slow down when the camera pans. Become popular with high task. Become popular. Oh man. They evolve every day. Need to sell 3,400 worth. There it is. Okay, I was able to catch it, so that's good. I was able to correct the mistake I made there. Yeah, pretty promising. Pretty sure the note's already open. I just need to swipe to the... Here we go. It's annoying like Kate's there, potentially blocking your way when he's in your fucking party. Same for Red, it's below. Stupid. Lazy devs. No, I'm just kidding. Is elemental? Yeah. Don't magic ref your own party. Stop being. Not the best menu in the world, but it was fine. But as long as I just need to make sure I don't fucking magic breath my own party here. That'd be super stupid. Oh, no. Oh, I just ruined my joke. Fuck. No, I misspoke, yeah. We need to, yeah, I need to make sure I magic breath the enemy here. I don't want to magic breath my own party 2 runs in a row. That'd be bad. I just misspoke, sorry. I look like a Chad. Nah, a Chad would have like just shaved the head at this point. They wouldn't be coping the amount that I am. My fucking current hair. A Chad with the receding hairline. Ah, fuck. Forgot for Sid, you need to buffer right instead of down. Where's our Kirby for 1, 2, 3? It's gonna be winnable. Page 1, so just R1 and then up, I guess. How did I lose time compared to last time? Holy shit. Ridiculous. How is that even possible? I guess last time I paused the timer too much, which made the split faster than it was supposed to be. Ill-advised, switching to A to be active here, one of our forms, but it's part of the route, so... But yeah, I've been saying this every time at the start of this split lately, and I keep forgetting to do it. But right before the scripted fights, we have to switch to A to B. Wait, keep forgetting to do it, and we keep losing unnecessary, significant amount of time to just fucking leave it on A to be active. Have to switch to A to B wait for the scripted fight. Or for the first scripted fight. But yeah, what forms A to B active is kind of ill-advised. Could just get a pincer here. Raw formations because, well, we just loaded up a save outside City of the Ancients, so you can't attack buffer that with Sid here, it deals too much damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It deals too much damage for you attack buffer with Sid, so you end up having to wait for the bomb to like grow. But with Kate and Red, unless either crit, you can attack buffer that bomb. No, I didn't on the wall. I'm just not used to getting this encounter on the screen. I can attack buffer these. I guess not, because it kills them, so you have to wait for them to die. I underwalked here somehow last time. I'm not sure how. I'm gonna have to pay attention. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. Be safe. I think it's because, like, on my CRT, it's pretty. Like, earlier on the screen, if you count the steps, it's easy to count the steps, but at that part of the screen, it's pretty hard to count the 10. Or not. I made the same mistake. Yeah, I made the same mistake again. I don't know what's up with that. You've asked me this, like, several times. I don't have Switch Online anymore, so the answer is no. Let's just say that. I no longer have access to Switch Online. I don't have Game Boy Player either. If I had either Game Boy Player or Switch Online, I would be tempted to play Golden Sun, but I don't have either of those two things. Fuck me, man. Well, at least Red didn't get slapped. Grandia, I can play that when I get my Mr. FPGA. I'm getting the Superstition one, which gives you access to the other cores. I can play Saturn stuff when I get my Mr. Let's say that now. Unless someone gifts me on Steam. We can play Grandia when I get Mr. When I get my Mr. When I get my funny FPGA device. Play Grandia. I still owe KRD a KH2 playthrough though, so it's kind of taking the piss if I take on another JRPG request if I haven't even started KH2 yet. Oh my god, what the fuck am I doing with my life, bro? What is this? 925? That's only 10 seconds faster than my PB, which is already like, you know, my PB train is terrible. But we only saved 10 seconds over my train, PB train, which is just stupid. He's not talking, that's it. How much mollies we got? 2. I'll try to attack. It was enough. Nice. Really true. I thought Xenogears was your favourite JRPG, or RPG to be honest. I mean, agree with you for a moment. Okay, Red throws shit faster than Sid, so we'll do the Dragon Fang with Red. Kate is below 650, and so is Red, therefore we have to heal before next Yama. That's my rule of thumb. Where do I heal? I should probably just heal before that fight anyway, but Abio are, so if everyone's above 650, I generally skip this heal. But nice R1 input, dude. Good shit. But yeah, I actually thought Xenogears was like Chu's favourite RPG, to be honest. Sid got first ATB, huh? I mean, you guys probably expected that on your end, looking at the capture feed. But looking at my CRT, it very much looked like Kate was going to get first ATB. We only need one molly for this fight, so in theory I didn't actually need to save that molly earlier, but Red's attack is faster than that molly anyway, so whatever. Okay, got ganged up on there, just as well, I healed. Because he had like 420 before I healed. Nice. 420. Yeah, he was on like 420-ish, 425-ish before I healed him, and he got ganged up on there, so well, I did. No S-mine, no buzz. Flip the pages to my carry-on menu. Line. I don't think we've got an S-line drop there either. Made the same mistake last time. No way, dude. Fucking hell. What was wrong with that? It's over. PB ain't happening. We're gonna lose a fight to. So yeah, we're gonna lose like half a minute to the carry on menu as well. So it's just over. Am I playing fast? I was, but we're no longer playing fast. Still doing better than the last run, certainly, but we're not getting fast yet. That's at least 2 paralysis dodges. Yeah, at least 2 paralysis dodges are fucked up this run. Hooray. It's almost 1 in the morning though. So. $38.29 is my. Probably be like 10 seconds ahead at the end of the split. Kind of want to get double lapis, to be honest. Can't even remember whether I took my sleep medication or not. Equation for double lapis, so I'm good to bed. Yeah, on that previous screen, you can just run down. It looked like, because of the shape of those stones, or whatever the fuck they're called, the logs. It makes it look like you have to move like down right and down left and down and so forth, but you can just pull down to get to the center of the screen. Save a few frames and potentially save yourself from having to bonk. For anyone that cares. And the Delta is already ticking down. Nah, we're gonna be behind. We can pull back after Rude. Pull back the time after Rude. Because I accidentally exited Tifa. So we can still pull back after the Rude, but we're gonna be behind now. I mean, the menu was sloppy as well. That is certainly a factor. And I did have to heal Sid. But even still, like, you lose so much time from not getting that paralysis dodge. That's fucking unreal. What's PB? 2732, yeah. Beating our actual CSR PB, or at least this segment portion of my actual CSR PB isn't doable this run. We can beat yesterday's run still. Still beat yesterday's run pretty easily. As long as we don't Alex's Tifa by mistake like we did last time. Easily pull a decent chunk of time back at Rude. And also, we had an encounter on the way to Cosmic Canyon, and also we had to do the backup with the weather ring, so that was also slow. Enemy skill drops. Stole? Oh, he's got it. Stole HP. Yeah, my menu here ain't what it used to be, let me tell you. Fucking hell. What's the dog shit? Got this menu now. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, that's all 6 of them. Should we use right? No, he doesn't have E-skill yet. Down, right. That's horrific. Definitely can't PB now. But we can beat yesterday's run. I mean, if you include the time where I paused the timer where the disc 3 wasn't really loaded in, we can definitely beat yesterday's time. Yesterday's time was actually more like a 2:35 or maybe even a 2:37 when you factor in that I had to pause the timer and find out why my disc 3 wasn't loaded in. But even aside from that, we can beat these set splits. So I need to remember when I do that menu in the future, not only do I need to do the range exchange from Sid, I need to remove Sid's Restore, his Elemental, and both of his HP pluses. I need to remember to do that. Yeah, pretty sloppy pandemonium menu there, guys. Playing fast. Well, no, we're behind yesterday's. Okay, buffer right here. Don't hesitate. I accidentally defended, but I think that actually. I think it's actually better that I accidentally defended than actually. Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter. Right, watch out for Shinra Beta. If the Shinra Beta has an S-mine next to it, we need to take it, but if it's just a Shinra Beta. What does it say my predicted time is? This is down, I think. Average segments. Going by our predicted time, we're doing above average. My real average is at 2:35.27, and predicted time is 2:30, 2:34. Alright, we're off formations, which means we don't need to force the encounter at the spot here. If you're on forms, like for the step route, or like the long range step route, you have to force the encounter at that red triangle at the end of the previous screen. But off forms, for some reason, you don't have to. And I don't have enough game knowledge to explain why that is. It's not the case for every screen, it's like it's different for each screen. But yeah, like, obviously, these averages at the moment, they're super fake, because I just, like, you know, I got my CSR splits and I removed every split before MK, so these averages are fake. But before I did what I did, where I removed the first few splits, I looked at my averages and seen what the difference between the MK average segment to the final showdown final segment was. And it turned out my averages were like 235.27. So yeah, this averages comparison is like a sham. Like, it's false, it's fake, it's misleading. But going by the predicted time component being 230, 234, this is still above average for me, apparently. Granted, yeah, some cutscene has been skipped on the patch I'm using currently compared to when I got my PB. That much is true. Like, that much is certainly true. But, you know, I'm still going to take it as I'm playing above average. Or at least I'm playing above my personal average. I'm not going to turn best possible time back on because there's no way we can PB anymore. Or at least there's no way we can PB against my actual CSR PB splits from MK to Safer. So this is CSR, so if you're out to get double Lapis, you wouldn't actually get sent back that far back. Like, you wouldn't lose close to the 5 to 6 minutes you'd lose from having to load up a save typically. But you'd still probably lose like 2.5 minutes, so I'm still not going to save. Sid has more MP, so... Yesterday we had Magic Breath miss one of these, like, pack up lead runs, like 2 formations or 2 encounters in a row. We still don't have Shinra Bale. Nice. I'm gonna carry on this. There we are. Still need the Mega Elixir. Last one I did the Mega Elixir before the previous encounter we had. To make up MP in case Sid / Cloud got first ATB. I don't think we have S1 yet. Nope, no, it's mine. I'm gonna wait to see if he lapses here before the laser. The moment this fucking goes through, Carry On is gonna take his turn, isn't he? Still wanna... Ooh. Yikes. Cloud still needs a limit. We still don't have an S-Mine. I mean, the only reason we need an S-Mine now is if I accidentally Elixir Tifa again, but... Probably don't need to conquer him, but whatever. Down. Magic Breath, don't you miss again. In case he gets fast XP again. It's unlikely. I'll definitely. Fuck it. Would have been nice to have that earlier, but whatever. Sid has the higher MP, of course he does, because I tab read for them, but just saying. Oh, nice cover, Cloud. Good shit, Cloud. Hell yeah. We almost lost his limit, but I respect the hustle, so. Covered Tifa's ass. I will kill him, but I'm not going to use his Elixir just yet. But we can't Potion Tifa just yet, because if we had Potion Tifa, she'd be up to 400. And a quarter of 1600 is 400, and she's at 1550. Half of 1550, that's what, 775? And half of that's like, what, like 385-ish? So we definitely can't Potion that just yet. We got a 947 yesterday. Tied yesterday. Consistently dog shit. Oh, happy April Fool's, guys, I guess. We're gonna find out that there is actually gonna be a Smiling Friends Season 4, right? What's gonna happen, right? Smiling Friends isn't really coming to an end, right? They're gonna reveal their master plan, their master joke. They're not actually ending Smiling Friends. Smiling Friends is still gonna happen. It's still gonna be a show. We're gonna have to say goodbye to Smiling Friends. Better than them. I mean, this is the talking point of literally fucking millions of other people, but I guess it's better than the show ended up like fucking Rick and Morty, huh? I think this is the spot. No. I don't know what spot I dived at yesterday, but it gave me the fast, like the insta cave entrance. April Fools, and I'm gonna be a fool tomorrow when I'm fucking hating myself at work. If I have work, but most likely I will. That's right. I fell asleep at 2 in the morning yesterday, so as long as I take my sleep medication now, which risks me falling asleep right before the end of the run, but I'm willing to take that risk. Yeah, Cloud's not going to be able to land breath for the next 2 encounters. Alright, Shinra Bears can still crop up here. Buffer right, don't hesitate. Nice. I'll be able to top Cloud back up after this next encounter. Yeah. Kind of got punished there pretty hard for not fucking Cloud up. Right. Tifa, we got this yesterday, it probably wouldn't happen again, but if the Magic Breath rolls high enough, they should all die. Well, no, we didn't get it yesterday. Yesterday we had to do this same thing, which we did here. This is faster than yesterday, because we went for that strat yesterday, didn't work, and then that back grunt did like a super slow. They did like a super slow action. But that time he just like, you know, quickly attacked Tifa, so it was actually slightly better than yesterday. Still can't potion Tifa yet. You are empty. Something. It's good to see you. Lied to request F7. It's a pretty good request. Boom. Yeah, I approve of that request. Most optimal request. Yeah, I'm very taken aback by that. Ban the word T-I-M-E. Stupid. As you know, oh yeah, some ladders in this game you don't have to hit confirm to interact with them, but that specific one you do need to. In fact, most of them you need to, so it's not really an excuse. Getting to mash, run towards that one quite a lot lately. selling them. Doesn't really lose that much time, but it still just feels sloppy and shit. It feels like an unnecessary way to lose time. Ah, that's all good. It was an RNG minute. Just a happy little RNG minute. Wait, did I say the word again? Yeah, fuck me. Right. I can't say the word until 2:11. 1, 2. Can't do the backup of that. 1. It was 2, not 2.5, so I can't do the backup there, I don't think. 1, 2, 3. That was between 2.5 and 4.5, so provided we did the Bone Village IDT minute correctly. Say an IGT count. Yeah, I think I said the word again like 30 seconds ago. So 2:12:30. That's when I can say it again. But yeah, the same IG redacted word count. Guess not, I'm just spouting letters. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to take this moment to log individual Twitter. He has put an extended period of work into this. It's cool because it adds music back into disc 3, even if you decide to do a mid-roll skip. Easy every attempt. Terrible line. Could have been like write them down right, probably. But my excuse is, well, I'm just making sure the soft launch. I don't think it was possible to happen from the hardware being in that position, but. Wait, did we even backrow cloud again? But obviously, I went into the menu to give him an elixir. A top him up with the elixir. I can't remember if I backrowed him again. Because I had the front round as well as the hyper to make sure he had the limit. That's fine. Wasted a bit of danger there as well. If we get an encounter, I won't lose that much. Yeah, besides, we're like a minute behind pace-wise. Hardly matters. This menu matters though. Okay, she's above 1600, which means I was able to boost her there. They have plenty of MP, but I'm gonna access it. I can't do that every attempt, but I can do it here. But yeah, I still need to back going. Unoptimal, should have been up instead of down there. Apparently I have a Twitch notification. Moonbite charm. How fascinating. Awesome Waves is still going. Maybe one day I'll be able to be addicted to an MMO the same way other people are. I don't think Pete's on the front page anymore, which would explain his drastic decline in viewership somewhere. Cloud is the one with more MP. Darn it. Alright. Last attempt, we didn't tranquilize Tifa. She got deaded. So do that this time. Fuck, man. Ah. Got fucked again. Alright, 219.30, yes. She gets targeted for parts. Oh, 07. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Gonna have the magic breath 3 times as well. I guess Cloud's about to get his limit, so it's probably not too bad. Don't stop Cloud, please. Still need one more limit. Three brain styles. No way. I'll do this fast, but it's not looking like we're gonna be able to get through because we can't big guard again. And they really get 3 death blows them. Yes, it's done. The cooks. Oh, man. Okay, we can't go to Rocket Town to buy shit. Oh, sorry, we can't go to Bone Village to buy shit as well. Maintain our stone on list. But, I guess if somehow you're on like a fucking heater, you could come here and buy the barrier. Like, if you're somehow running no long range and you get on a fucking insane pace, I guess you could come here and buy that. I'm not gonna buy it now though, it's gonna mess up my menu. Oh look, there's the word, it's on screen. Yours. Cloud is the one with the barrier this attempt. But yeah, I mashed, like before the Hojo fight yesterday, I mashed and we still made the 0 FD. So we know my mash is fine enough to get 0 FD, so I'm probably just going to turbo this next section. Don't care enough. Besides, we can't give ourselves a fake gold to turbo because we just went on an excursion there. Just went on a little detour. Yeah, all the music's intact because it's CSR. Not because this specific patch of CSR. Summer West is going to go up to like 630. I mean, it's fake anyway because it's this first worst segment. Is just the reason it's that slow is just because I just took my CSR splits and just removed all the splits beforehand here. Summer West is going to go up to 630, which for CSR is hilarious. We lost 5 minutes to averages. Oh, that actually fucking got in. Holy shit. Is it worth clicking to attack here? I know attack will kill Hojo, but potentially missing out on. Well, I guess it is for it. Well, not necessarily, because it's still nice to start the next phase with an added card, but. think on paper, me defending with Sid there is probably a bad idea, but we didn't get punished, so... Stayed up until 2 AM, and all I got was this +7 run. But it's fine. We got to play F7. That's what matters. What it's all about. It's not about getting PBs. It's not playing F7. And coming back after my work week better than last week. Oh, so yeah. I got work last Friday, and I also stayed up until 2 or 3 in the morning doing menu practice. So, let's just finish off doing the same thing before the work again. Coming full circle. Pretty sure I can say the word again now. I'm gonna try not to. Pretty sure I did. I must have accidentally said it again. Like, probably halfway through. If I say it again, it's fine, I'm fine. Why did Diamond Weapon have to target Tifa 3 fucking times in a row? What the fuck is that? Unbelievable. Whatever. We got out there alive. Somehow. Been live long enough now to have done a full CSR attempt. But I mean, normally it takes more than one run to actually be able to properly play it, so it's bad to think like that, I guess. I'm gonna run a bit here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just gonna walk off this left ledge. Holy shit. I've never had save crystal at the top doing that glitch before. I guess it's because of all the shit I bought at the shop, or like all the items I used up during Diamond Weapon. On the final list variable screen and the final step ID screen, like the final step count screen, I'm going to try and min-max and take the longer path, because technically the longer path is faster, you burn more movement doing it. Let's see if yeah, we'll do that. That's my bad. Right. Taking the shorter path, so left the wires are probably fine. Cool. Kind of give myself a fake goal here, potentially, because we took the shorter path, whereas normally when I'm on steps with the correct formations, there's no way I'm able to take that shorter path, so if we got a gold here, it might be faked by a little bit. Nah, we're not going to fake gold anyway. There's 50 seconds of possible time save here, apparently. And it's already plus 5:45, which is 45 seconds off, so it's not fake gold. Okay, dude. I don't know. Oh! No, I know exactly what went wrong, actually. So you know how earlier I hard reset my PS2 because it wouldn't let me get into J-Life? And then after I hard reset it, I would save let me get into J-Life. Don't know why Phoenix down T for that. Yeah, because we hard reset the PS2, the stone barrier got set back to 0. That's what happened there. Sag. Two inks, not too bad. I mean, potentially 4 actually, but I hope this is the second. Oh. Well done. 2844, 1422, 711. Can't put it on Sandler, sadly. This menu was sloppy, so I'm just gonna go ahead and reset this level. Don't think you can buy. No, you can. You can buy tranquilizers. Well, no. So during disc 1, you can buy tranquilizers in Rocket Town, but not during disc 2/3. And he also knows. Let me get that in. Yeah, during this 2 and 3, you can't buy tranquilizers in my town. That's the struggle. Okay, typically I'd pop Tifa up to like 8xx HP, but however she has the higher end of 600, so if I was to potion that twice, she'd probably be in regular HP. So you can only afford to potion her once, which is pretty scary because, well, we don't have tranquilizer on her. She's not in sadness. People cry for 1727 800 863. Okay, yeah, no, we couldn't. She was on 680, so if I was to potion her twice, she would be in regular HP. Cloud has the higher MP count. Target Sid. Target Sid. Alright. Cloud's above 2800 HP, so we don't need to heal him. If he gets knocked below 2800, if you really want to be safe, you should top him up. But if he's above 2800, it's probably fine. Nothing landed on Tifa. So we got lucky, basically. Nothing landed on Tifa, and provided we wait for it correctly on the next fight, whatever can target Tifa and damage her will kill her anyway, whether she has tranquilizer or like whether she has sadness status or not. Provided you do the next fight correctly, everything that can and will damage her will just kill her, even if she was in sadness. So we have to worry about it anymore. Yeah, I'm not going for the preemptive. I almost used Big God with power, which is bad, because he's the one with the drops. Target Sid, please. Ah. She got targeted yesterday and it didn't kill her, so man. Based on Gambler's fallacy, kind of what I expect. No, he doesn't have to with it. Sid had his limit before the fight even started, so defend with him. There's no concern about him starting to get his limit because he had the limit before the fight started, so just defend with him there. And shouts to long range. Yeah. Unfortunately, we already used the turbo before Hojo, so... yeah. I think this is a 238 regardless. Yeah. Cool. $5.1 IDT. Thank you. Nah, even that's a lie. It's not even 5.1 IDT. It's higher than that because I paused the timer during I go in. Which means we can just go ahead and close that. Slower than yesterday, faster than tomorrow. Sadly, we are following the opposite of what you'd want it to do, but I'm in here. Before putting the second limit through, I could have topped Tifa up after she got targeted the second time, but Tech Trip could have done that. I was not expecting her to get targeted 3 times in a row though, so... Ugh. $6 something worst. It's more like, should be like 440 something worst, but still. Thank you, Salty. Oh, somebody else has an FF7 speedrun stream today. have been neglecting to take these. Wait, seriously? Oh, we just do the 70 unit. I was gonna say, I was about to have to cancel my plans to sleep tonight. Oh, you're good. I'm the one who changed the 7TV emote to be his name, so it's on me. Yeah, before work, or at least a couple of hours before work, I have an appointment tomorrow. Depending on how I feel, there's like a couple of hours between that appointment and work. So I could probably play Dom My Heady during then. I don't know. It might, like, I might get to the end of my appointment and be like, yeah, it's probably not worth it. It's like 2 hours. We'd only have like an hour and a quarter of cushion, but if we're up to it, then we can play some Dom My Heady tomorrow. Still at full battery, apparently, or 4 bars at least. It won't be full battery because, you know, batteries have been in the Wiimote the batteries have been in the Wiimote for like a day, so it's not gonna be full battery, but it's at 4 bars apparently. Like, I see 4 of the lights at the bottom of the Wiimote. So don't need to charge anything overnight. Sleep's so scuffed too, but it's worth to lie down and bathe if you can't sleep, yeah. For sure. Yeah, maybe you should just stay awake and come and cover my shifts. How about that? How does that sound? I wouldn't do that to you. Yeah, it's pretty cringe. Can't lie. Hit the nail on the head there. Why is my... What the fuck is this? What? What's that? Yeah, so as you can see, what the fuck's going on here? What? Why is my stream pop out not working? Huh? What is this? I guess I'll just unpin this through OBS. Power of friendship. Feel strong now. That just reminds me that I have to play Kingdom Hearts 2. KH2. Yeah, I'm Sag. Yeah, I don't think KRD's been here all stream. He ain't been here all stream. But for those who care about PS2 shit, let me check my email actually. me get to the page first. I want to see what happens when I put this to him. We saw what happens when you put this one in yesterday, like after these credits scroll. What does it show if you put this to in? Okay, so at the moment I have a specific thing pre-ordered. And earlier I got a notification on, I got an email saying it'd come back in stock, and then I went on the website and it was sold out again. But, share it now. I don't know what I have to do for now. Right, okay. Yeah, like I got an email saying it was back in stock and sold out again. But yeah, when I get my Memcard Pro 2, I will be able to play PS2 games through that. So, I do have a replacement Raspberry Pi if we want to do Pi SCPH share again, but when I get this Memcard Pro 2, I won't need to do like the Raspberry Pi like Ethernet emulation bullshit. I can just play it off of the Memcard Pro 2. So when this comes back in stock and I get one, I can do Kingdom Hearts 2. I could burn a Kingdom Hearts 2 disc, but I got this PS2 I have now just before Christmas. I kind of don't want to wear out like the DVD laser on it. You feel me? Especially with a game that long. I don't want to wear out the laser just to play a burn disc. And I also can't be fucked to set like Pi SCPH share up at the moment. So when this Memcard Pro 2 comes in, I can just play KH2 through that and some other PS2 games if I feel like that's necessary. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2, that'll be when my Memcard Pro 2 comes in. Or if for some reason I feel like I can be fucked to set up Pi SCPH share again. If I can feel it. If between now and I get my Memcard Pro 2, if I feel like I can be fucked to set that up again, like Pi SCPH share, maybe I'll do it earlier, but that's my guarantee. For those that care about KH2 or me playing some other PS2 games that I haven't streamed the playthrough of yet before, when I get my Memcard Pro 2, I'll do some PS2 playthroughs. I don't want to wear out the laser on this PS2. I've only had it since like December. But I mean, KRD doesn't seem that, like... He doesn't seem like, you know, like he has like some feelings of being scammed or anything. He doesn't seem to, you know... From what I can tell, like... The same way I've had people in the past just be like, you know, I get vibes of disappointment from them because I haven't fulfilled a request that I've, you know, if I have like a channel point redemption and I feel like I haven't like fulfilled their requests, I get the vibe that I get vibes of disappointment from them, but I don't really get that vibe from KRD. I don't think I know he would like to watch me play KH2, but I don't think he's that like adamant about it. I don't think he cares that much. But yeah, that's the guarantee for that playthrough. Like, if I don't get to KH2 between now and getting this Mem Card Pro 2, then the guarantee is that I'll play it when I get this. Or if someone feels like gifting me on Steam or whatever. I don't know. I did just uninstall Rocket League, so I probably have space for like Remix, HD Remix, 1.5, 2.5, whatever the fuck they're called. HD 1.5 plus 2.5 Remix. If someone really cares enough, I guess they could gift it to me, but yeah, the guarantee is, at the latest, I'll start that playthrough when I get my Mem Card Pro 2. That's what like Mosselbaum suggested me to, because I was thinking about getting a Mem Card Pro 2 anyway, but I was like kind of like, yeah, I don't play PS2 games that much, but the fact you can play like your ISOs off of there instead of having to set up like APL and such, like. That's all I have to say on that. Thank you, Santo. Okay, I put disc 2 in while the credits were scrolling. Okay. This is the result. Oh wait, you can't see it, it's the fucking... Okay, there we go. So yeah, that's the rear end of F7. They stop the meteor, they set the cannon back up, and then Advent Children happens. Smile. Yeah. Well, I can't do that bit. I can't do this bit for at least another year now. Suppose we best label that this one, since we've confirmed at the very least MK onwards. This one on that CSR disc works. So we'll label that. Put this clean new burned copy in the binder of disc 3. Take disc 2 out, put it in, and we will label this one. Wherever the fuck my Sharpie's gone. Oh, that's seem to have misplaced it. I mean, it's only a Sharpie, but I don't want it to like, I don't want to find it and like the lid's off and it's like, you know, permanent ink's gone on shit. Just makes it so. Guess for now we'll just get another one. Sure it will turn up. I'm sure it will turn up. Right next to permanently marked for bits. Yeah, there's a 95% chance it won't. But I might be able to find a couple of hours to do some Dynamite Headache. I was just about to put it back in the laptop case, so that's probably actually just... That's probably where I put the last one. I'll probably just put it back in the laptop case. Yeah. I'm gonna give this disc a chance to dry. Stop recording. Any YouTube comments? No, it's not gonna look at. Oh. I must have closed my live stream tab earlier. Like the YouTube live stream tab. Hopefully I don't miss anything. Go live. Live chat. There's nothing there. But I've been closing my YouTube stream the last few days, so it's like one message, like 2 messages. It's like, even if I've clicked on live chat instead of the top chat,